Welcome back to the Bandai Card Fest, everybody, here in Dallas, Texas. Your host, Eric Dolanquist, here along with Eggman and True Champion Steven. We're about to go into round 8 here at One Piece, and we've got a lot of exciting matchups. The data has come down, and apparently out of 8 players, we have 6 different decks represented. So a huge variety, actually, in a top 8. This meta is wide open, isn't it?
Wide open. There are a lot of different decks that are viable, which is a bit of a shame because it's such a tiny little meta before we go to OP08, but I think that's going to be a great meta too, and excited to see these next couple matches.
Yeah, a lot of these decks that we're going to be seeing in this top 8, like Black, Yellow, Luffy, Jewelry, Bonnie, Rob Lucci, they're all still going to be more than playable in OP08. So this won't be the last time you see them, but this will be a very special time you see them.
Yeah, so we've heard that apparently the match will be seen on stream here is going to be a Rob Lucci versus a Jewelry Bonnie. So that's always an interesting one. There's a lot of push and pull in that. Obviously, removal very strong with Rob Lucci, but Jewelry Bonnie has this way of, staying alive, has this way of keeping the attacks from coming through. A lot of good blockers, just a leader ability does that. In your opinion, Steve, who's favored in this one?
Well, even though I love the Jewelry Bonnie deck, it's been one that I've been testing ever since the banning of Red Purple Law, but
right.
I got to give it to Rob Lucci because the removal power of the black deck has never been as strong as it is right now. And for a deck like Jewelry Bonnie, yes, you're really good at surviving, but closing out games can be really hard. And when all your strongest cards get KO'd, it can be pretty rough.
Well, we saw Patrick Way on the screen there just a moment ago. It's going to be a Rob Lucci player by virtue of the Rob Lucci sitting in front of him. Then we have Dylan Zayas here is going to be our player of the Jewelry Bonnie leader as well. Green versus black.
Yeah, and if you guys are interested on the other matches going on, we've got a Black Yellow Luffy mirror match. We've got Reiju versus Rohit, who we just saw win with Nami, as well as a Purple Luffy versus another Black Yellow Luffy.
Yeah, a Purple Luffy getting through too. That's exciting. Like a OP05, a staple, like a card and a deck that was very, very present back at the Nationals way back in January at the World Championships. But let's take a look at this one right here as we are about to get underway. We'll see who's going first here. It looks like players both looking to see if they want a mulligan or not to start things off, and then we'll find out. Like, who do you really want to? Both players want to go second in this case, don't they?
Yeah, going second as Rob Lucci is super powerful for you, being able to play things like 4-drop Kuzan if you're playing them on curve, and then following it up with a 5-drop Sabo to protect your board can be really powerful and establish a blocker. But Bonnie has a perfectly fine going first curve. All the powerful 5-drops like Cavendish, as well as things like X-Drake, if you're playing that as well, could be really powerful for establishing early. So I think, honestly, Bonnie's probably fine as long as they see their really important cards in the late game.
Yeah, also a matchup breaker is Basil Hawkins for Bonnie. It's something that's able to rest something to get protection on your opponent's side of the board, which most of the ways that you use Rob Lucci to get rid of bodies is to play your own. So if you try to play a 4-drop Rob Lucci to get rid of it, you can just rest the Rob Lucci they just played. So a lot of staying power and a really good card for this matchup.
Yeah, and going first, you can actually have 7 Dawn, play the Basil Hawkins, and still have 1 Dawn up for your leader ability. Very strong.
It looks like it was Patrick going first in that Rob Lucci, just a Dawn pass, and then over to Dylan's side. 2 Dawn available. Now, what's it going to be here? Does he have the early Bonnie in hand?
Here we see Patrick just going all 3 Dawn
yeah.
for 8 damage into the leader and taking the life. One thing about Julia Bonnie that is pretty rough, as we saw yesterday, is counter power can sometimes be few and far between, so we might see Patrick choose an aggressive approach, maybe?
Yeah, this is one of the good starts for Bonnie. It's the Eau Rouge, being able to get 1 Dawn back up at the end of your turn. So this means you have your leader intact for the next turn. And if it stays on the board for a long time, you keep getting that Dawn every time.
That's right. So, all right, yeah, minus power from the Lucci leader ability. Ooh, flips a Moria and a Spandine.
That Spandine going in the trash is really preem for all those Rebecca plays you might do later. But losing the Moria might be rough because this deck has no ways to get them back.
Yeah, we're playing the Sabo next. One of the best cards, I think, in this game right now.
Oh, for sure.
Good for not only the Rob Lucci, Black Yellow Luffy plays it as well, too. And really helps fix your hand and puts in cards in the trash, which Rob Lucci really likes. So we see an E-Show first and then contemplating on that. Ooh, do you guys see the left side of that hand?
I see double Moria right there.
He's got it. Don't mind discarding one so much right now.
Patrick is debating to get rid of either the Kuzan or the Brook, it looks like, in his hand. That Kuzan is super strong against Bonnie. I'm not sure he wants to get rid of it, but he is choosing to right now. I think he's overvaluing the Brook and deciding that that's the best way to keep it in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you ask yourself, like, is it past the point where you really want to like play that Kuzan, where that Kuzan's going to have the greatest effect. You're going to be getting into a higher Dawn turn. You're going to be able to get to the point where you're playing those Morias very, very soon. So it's a tough choice. It never feels good, but I kind of get it.
Yeah, there's also this weird thing in this matchup too, where if you have multiple cards with when attacking effects, Bonnie's going to be able to shut down one no matter what. So you do have to kind of sequence those correctly, and it can be a little bit hard to get value where you need it.
Yeah, plus a card like Brook is instantly valuable the second it comes into play versus needing to be in play for at least one turn like Kuzan.
And we see the attack with the blocker there, and I think that's a pretty safe choice, especially because I think Bonnie knows that that's probably not going to survive much longer anyways. Let's get the value while we can and push some damage.
Yeah, the rare Eroge attack, but it's like you're saying, like when you expect that card to get removed soon, there's no shock there. He's got the Cavendish as well to get some of the Dawn back active again. That's even going to let him swing for 6 with his leader as well.
There we see the block and the counter from hand, and we're going to end our turn with a 2-drop Rosionante, and we're going to end our turn by activating a Dawn with Uroge. This is a really well-established board for Bonnie here.
That was a great turn.
Yeah, and that Rosinante gets protection for cards that are in rest mode, so they try to get rid of the Uruge, you can use the Rosinante for the protection there. And just a really great board, and Dawn setup, Dylan did a really good job.
Cavendish sort of like unlocks the really powerful combos of this deck. It's one of the most important cards to see on your 3rd turn or around 5 or 6 Dawn.
Yeah, so well-established board for Dylan right now, sitting at 3 life. 3 life on Patrick's side as well, as he kind of decides what to do with this turn up to, I believe it's 7 Dawn right now.
7 Dawn.
7 Dawn at the moment.
So close to playing Moria, but not quite there.
So close, but yet so far. But you've got some other good options here, too. Looking through the hand as we see what's available for Dylan.
We're getting a little hint here as to the kind of Bonnie deck that Dylan is choosing to play. He's opting for a Baby 5 or a Don Quixote Pirates engine, it looks like, in his deck. We've seen some players choose to keep that ever since the set came out in OPO7, but I've seen some people switch to a pure Supernova build with things like Bonnie and higher copies of cards like 9-drop Zorro.
Yeah, so we got the attack with Rob Lucci, giving the cost reduction to Cavendish, and then also using the Bonnie leader effect to rest the Sabo. So we have 7 Dawn and maybe a way to get rid of this Cavendish now.
Do you think maybe Patrick attacked with the Sabo and the Lucci got rested instead? Because I'm not sure why he reduced the cost of the Cavendish. Perfect. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I think generally you're against Bonnie, you want to go for the bigger attack, right? So you can make sure it gets through it all. But in a situation where you want that negative cost for removal, you can see the reason for the switch there. But
yeah, you also put 2 more cards in your trash, right? Which we're not fully set up there either.
Yeah.
Yeah, having like a small trash or not an ideal trash is one of the ways that Lucci can be kind of inconsistent compared to other black decks.
Ooh, and that's unfortunately no Cypher pulls in that top 3.
Yeah, and also that Rebecca, you kind of rather have in the hand, right? But
if you got your best friend Moria in hand to bring it back, you're not too
that's
upset.
a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. Moria's got your back.
So there we saw the Ice
Rebecca.
Age bringing the Cavendish down to -6 cost total. We're going to be hard playing that Rebecca, like we just mentioned, and bringing out the Spandine. We did have a Rob Lucci in the trash, which means we'll be able to, I believe, use the patented Rebecca Spandine combo.
Yeah, and that, I believe, should be able to remove the Rosinante as well, right?
Yes, it should. He had just enough Cypher pull cards there.
Yeah. And there it is. Yeah, the Lucci comes down, gets rid of both the Cavendish and the Rosinante. That's a huge swing on board, actually, from this turn. Suddenly, Patrick in a very threatening position.
And there go Patrick's last 2 Morias going to the bottom of the deck, so the 2 he has in hand are the only ones he has access to now.
Now, we said at the end of Dylan's turn, he had a pretty good board, right? And
he did.
One turn later, what happened? Look at this.
That board is gone.
This is Rob Lucci. This is what it does.
Yeah, that 4 cost Rob Lucci being able to KO 2 bodies has been an absolute house in the one-piece card game ever since it came out in set 5.
And now just Eroge on his own, feeling lonely in the character area.
An angel with a machine gun against the world.
There you go. That sounds like the setup for a manga right there. Oh, and here comes Kid. And the 8-cost Kid can really change everything. Another Rosinante coming in. And, as strong as Patrick's board looks, this is also another situation where it's like, okay, now I got to solve another removal puzzle because otherwise you're just going to be attacking into that Kid over and over.
Yeah, but one thing is that we played it on curve for 8, so we weren't able to put a Dawn underneath it. So you could attack wherever you want.
Yeah.
And the Rosie is a good protection for it, but I'm hoping it was bait to get the Ice Age out, so it's a little bit tricky to get rid of this 8-drop Kid now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Hayden, but if I use the 4-drop Luffy's ability to KO Rosinante and maybe a reduced costed Kid, would both get KO'd, or could the Rosinante still protect Kid?
Rosie can protect the Kid still, since they're KO'd at the same time.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
it is a bit of an edge case. You do have to learn that the hard way sometimes. But yeah, Rosie can protect something if it's getting KO'd at the same time.
Because they happen at the exact same time. They're not KO'd one at a time.
Correct.
All right, another Spandam for another little bit of searching here.
Tempest Kick, a really awesome card in the CP9 engine. I wonder
Yeah.
if we have 10 cards in our trash since we returned 6 last turn.
It'd be close.
Yeah, it'd be pretty
Yeah,
close.
he's counting.
I see 9, I think.
Yeah, I think 9, yeah.
But luckily we have that Lucci ability to get 2 more if we attack with it. But then we play into Bonnie's effect to rest a card, which is sometimes the big gripe that people have against with playing against this deck, is the way you have to attack now, all your patterns get messed up.
Yeah, it's just a fact of life when you're playing against the Bonnie that you're just going to have to play around that leader ability most turns, but doesn't make it any easier.
Patrick deciding to attack with Rob Lucci first into the Uroge. We see Dylan activating the ability, probably going to rest either the Sabo or the Lucci if I had to guess. Get that blocker offline would be pretty valuable, I bet.
Yeah, likely the Sabo, just because I think Lucci's just a body at this point.
And they're both 6K, so you're not really doing a big difference between
Yeah.
the blocker.
But decisions. Lot of Don being able to use right now. Countered out by Dylan with that Bonnie.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about Patrick's board right now is he has a lot of weenies in play. All those 2Ks are just not going to be valuable for him. He needs to use his Don carefully to create pressure and maybe try to control the board if he can. But he can't do that unless he can get rid of the Rosinante first. The big thing of that 8-drop Kid being a looming threat.
Yeah, well, here's another interaction, too, because we do have the 6-cost Brook in hand, right? That doesn't KO. It just gently places it into the trash.
Exactly, yeah.
That's
Just
a
place it
really
in the
good
trash,
point.
yeah.
Yes, so because of that, we would be able to get rid of the Eustace Kid without the Rosie protecting it. So that might be the long term in this play.
Could be. Moria replaces the Spandine. You say Spandine, I say
He's
Spandine.
coming back, I'm sure. He's just.
We all have a great time.
You
He's,
say
he's
tomato,
also
I
gently
say
in the
tomato.
trash.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, and here we're establishing the Kuzan plus the Spandam. So maybe Patrick will have the best of both worlds here, having both Brook and Kuzan in play, even though he chose to get rid of it earlier.
I've successfully got you messing up the names now, too. Mission
Yeah,
accomplished.
Spandam, Spandime, they're all the same.
All right. Is he going to find a way through that Kid, though, in future turns? That's kind of the big question now, especially when you've got that big 9K Moria that wants to get through.
Yeah, traditionally you would like to do, you go to as little life as possible because it becomes your new leader and you get more resources to save it. We're also 10 with Bonnie, so we could play 10-drop Dofi, but here comes Mr. Hody Jones being able to rest 2 targets, take a card from your life, and get a big rush here.
Yeah, normally green is a deck where you feel pretty protected if your board is all active, but having a card like Hody that can just rest whatever you want and then immediately threaten it with attack has been an amazing inclusion.
Yeah, that's huge. It's a big threat now for Patrick to deal with.
Yeah, it looked like we're a little bit afraid of what that 4-drop Kuzan can do next turn, so we did get rid of it with the leader attack.
I think it's a very reasonable fear.
And I think Patrick was fearing other attacks into it, and he'd rather save those cards in hand to protect his more powerful bodies like Lucci, Sabo, and Moria.
And is that 2 under that Eroge? Might be a little more. I think it's 2.
Ooh, 7 at life, but then we get the Ice Age in the
Oh.
life trigger, getting rid of that
Wow.
Rosinante. It does say trigger, get rid of a 3-cost or less, right?
Yes, it sure does. So that's a big
Yeah.
hit for that, and a lot of protection for that Captain Kid is gone.
That's huge. So, honestly, Patrick coming out of that turn, not that bad. He didn't end up losing as much as I thought he might, but there's only so much you can do because you have to really think about how you're going to get a little bit of removal done, but also keep yourself safe continuously as the Bonnie player, too.
Yeah, so the scare here is that you're at 0 life. If you do any attacks, they can rest your Sabo leader with your leader effect. And even if they do, another Hody could spell disaster here, so you got to be really careful on what you're playing around on this next turn.
Yeah, I think Patrick was just facing down too many big swings. 7K into 9K were just not feasible for him to actually counter out of, and so maybe Dylan has the read that he doesn't have that much counter power in hand, and so next turn, if he has access to maybe 1 or 2 attacks, he could close it out no matter how many of his bodies get controlled here.
I'm just wondering, like, is there any way to maybe remove the Kid and then get through with enough attacks? He needs 3 in theory after the kid is gone, and he needs to have them all not get countered out of it. That seems like a tall order for Patrick right now.
Yeah, it's a pretty tall. I mean, Gecko Moria, if you put enough on it, likely can get rid of the 8-drop, but I think it's the follow-up attacks which would be a little bit tricky.
Exactly. And then there's also the looming threat that you mentioned earlier, where when your Sabo gets rested, then you have no defense aside from hand.
Yeah, something that's like really can be really challenging in the game of One Piece is figuring out your opponent's attack order. But when you're playing a Bonnie deck, you kind of know they're going to attack with the biggest thing first. If Patrick does not attack with his Gecko Moria before he does anything else, he can get severely punished by losing access to one of his best attackers against this 8-drop kid.
All right, -3 on the kid. Does he still have that Brook in hand? I'm trying to remember.
He does.
I believe he does.
I think I also saw him flash a copy of Finger Pistol, which has been a really cool inclusion in the deck ever since the Ainz Lobby hit on the restriction list, which is pretty cool. We could see him maybe opt for that and save some more Dawn for playing a different body in play, like another blocker
there it is.
Potentially.
Yep, and the Finger Pistol does remove the kid.
Yep, Tempest reduced by 3. Pistol can get rid of a 5 or less.
Yeah, now we've got 5 Dawn left, so we could attack if we're feeling it, and we could be having enough Dawn for either a Sabo or a Rebecca, but it's very, very scary to attack if you've got no blockers on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he's going to go for it. All right, yeah, Sabo gets rested just like we'd expect. That's one from life taken already. Does he have the finishing power here?
Yeah, and I think they've just decided, you know what, I have to go for it this turn. I don't think I'm going to survive next turn. 5 Dawn with a 5K and a 6K. Not a lot of power, but Bonnie does have a lot of non-counter cards in hand.
All right, 8 from Rob Lucci now to life.
That's a really good number. It could force a 0-drop as well as another counter, but I think Dylan's just taking that confident he can stop the 8 after from Lucci, and there we see 2 2Ks going to 0.
All right.
Yeah. Oh,
showing the hand.
Barely got there. There's a 0-cost event, but that was a lot closer than it looked.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I think all other cards were no counter except for the 0-cost event right there.
That's right. So we are going to game number 2. Probably one of the closer games we've seen in recent memory.
For sure.
Yeah, and so this is going to game number 2. That means Patrick's going to decide if they want to go first or second, which is likely second, as mentioned. And it's going to have to win 2 more games to be able to get into the top 4.
Yeah, Dylan finds himself with a big smile on his face being up a game in this best of 3, but we're in for a bit of a grind here. The games between Rob Lucci and Julie Bonnie always kind of end up like this, right? Where it's like every single attacking decision you make is so impactful because you're giving up so much on the other side. You're exposing yourself to a lot more risk, I would say, in this matchup than a lot of other games of One Piece.
And a good way to mitigate that risk, as we saw in that matchup, is that 2-drop Erosionante, being able to protect your really high-costed rested cards from being controlled no matter how small they become.
Yeah, being able to play a second one so quickly after the first one was removed for Dylan was huge.
Also, that Arouge got like infinite value throughout that game, always letting him
never
have one
died.
Dawn
Yeah,
up
it's
for
never
leader.
died.
Hallmark of that field.
Yeah, it's so funny because I see so many games against Julie Bonnie where that Arouge just like does just that. It just sticks around because he comes out. You're still establishing your board on the other side, so you're like, oh, I don't really want to like put the resources in to remove this right now. And then by the time it gets to the next turn, there's already bigger stuff out to worry about, so the Arouge just kind of sits there, giving them a Dawn every single turn,
Yeah, I think something to notice is that, like, if a really good player attacks with their blockers, right? There's some players like, that's his blocker, I can only block with that card, but the people who can recognize how and when you attack with your blockers, just gets a lot of value from that.
Oh, totally, yeah. So gearing up for game number 2, you'd have to imagine Patrick would want to go second in this particular case, which is what we're going. It's going to be a baby 5 early on, though, from Dylan, so he does have a turn 1 play.
Yeah, whether it's Baby 5 or Julie or Bonnie, those are always really good cards to see early. Just establishing your resources and digging through your deck for those big late-game drops is huge.
And we've got 2 Tempest Kicks. They do just let you draw, putting 2 more cards into your trash. And just if I was Dylan, it means, all right, there's a lot of cards that don't have counter in hand right now. He's trying to fix his hand with that. And that's usually a kind of good sign.
That's right. Meanwhile, back over to Dylan. Going to find the Viola, I believe.
Yes.
And we're swinging 7 at the leader. We don't care about using our ability on this turn when there are no characters in play anyway. This could potentially be punished by the dropping of a 4-drop Kuzan that you would have maybe been able to have rested if they accidentally played it before they attacked. But I think Dylan knows Patrick's a much better player than that. Just wants to get that guaranteed damage.
Yeah, you probably let this go through here. It's a lot of. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you have a lot of stuff you want to stack in your trash too, but.
Yeah, I think the decision too. I think I saw a Rob Lucci 4-drop.
Yeah.
Is do we just attack into leader and then Rob Lucci to get rid of a 1-drop? It could be worth it. Feels a little bit bad, but it does give you a good amount of tempo and pressure too.
All right.
But there we see Baby 5 activating its secondary ability to be a... No. Patrick is attacking leader, it looks like.
Okay, I was gonna say.
yeah.
Good. For a second, I was like, oh, that Baby 5 is also a blocker all of a sudden.
I think he's pointing to say it costs 0 now. That's the main thing. And
Makes sense.
instead using the Khalifa, so this is a 2K from Cypherpole. It gets to draw 2, trash 2. Putting a Lucci in there and thinking on the second card.
It's going to be that 4-drop Luffy and what appears to be an 8-drop Isho.
Oh, okay. It's one of those games where, you know, Isho's probably not going to give you the value he would in other games, so good target to just toss in the trash. Sorry, Isho. You're a great card in other matchups.
But you're no Gecko Moria. I'm playing him on 8 if I can.
Yeah.
It is a game for a Gecko Moria, yeah.
All right, so we've got 5 for Dylan. Best card would probably be Cavendish if you have it. It lets you play it, use Baby 5's effect, and have a Dawn left open. But we'll see if they have it.
Turning the whole card. Yeah, I mean, there it is. Yep.
Just
Get one
like
back.
Hayden said, we're going to be looking at the top 5 for another Don Quixote Pirates card and adding it to our hand. Would it be another 2K? Would it be the event? Oh, there it is.
Okay.
What's the name of that event again, Hayden? The really long one?
No, you can't,
very
you
long.
can't call me out.
Okay, I believe
Oh,
it's...
that's mean.
I believe it's The War Ends With Me or something like that.
think
Like,
it's
I am the righteous one or something.
The decider of justice is the winner.
There you
That's
go.
the theme. That's the theme of the card.
I'll look it up.
It's the winner event.
Oh, wait.
It's one of the longest names I think I've ever seen in One Piece, right?
It is a pretty lengthy one.
It is. Oh, well. I'll look it up later.
Yeah.
But we do have the Dawn available for the Bonnie ability, which is great. Cavendish, very useful there. And I think one of the scariest things about Jewelry Bonnie, and one of the ways that really turns this deck online, is being able to have multiple searchers that just stay out on the board, you know, that you can play early in the game, the Bonnie or the Baby 5 like we see here. But it's back over to Patrick's turn. The attack comes in from the Rob Lucci. That's going to cause the Khalifa to get rested by the ability there.
And looking on the counter just means we're attacking into leader here. If we get a little bit more reduction, we could get like a Rob Lucci to clear board, but looks like we're just going to use an U Rouge to get out of that 5.
Ooh, and there we see the
Oh.
Brook from last game trashing that Cavendish to the trash pile. That is, I believe, for any 4 cost or less it can trash. Which
I
is
saw you want to say
Straight to the
KO.
trash. Yeah, that's not
I was
KO.
like, wait a
Don't
second.
say KO.
Trashing to the trash. That sounds funny.
Yep.
I'm so used to saying KO.
It's, that Brookie's tricky there, you know?
It's too bad he's not a straw hat, right? Sardic 14?
Yeah. What the heck? Starter Luffy would definitely love to have that card in the deck.
They
yeah.
definitely would.
Making him an 8 cost would be crazy.
It would be amazing.
Yeah, right? Well, still thinking things out. Yep. A little bit of countering coming in from the Patrick side of things. And there is a Basil Hawkins, so...
That is the card you want to see in this
Yeah.
matchup. Like Hayden said earlier, it is a really tough card to get rid of. It almost always stays in play as a 7K body and also a blocker because your leader is a supernova.
Yeah. So the text says specifically permanent. If this card would be removed from the field, you get to rest one of your opponent's characters. So the best way to remove it is to attack with all your characters and then use something to remove it afterwards. But most of Patrick's removal is to play another character. So you can just rest a new character. You'd have to use the finger pistol after attacking with anything if you would like to get the permanent removal of it.
Which sounds really unideal, I think, if you're trying to actually pressure your opponent in a single turn, because then you can't use any of your Dawn beforehand to like do anything else with your attacks.
Well, it's just like another asset that the Jewelry Bonnie has, right? Where you have these cards where every time you think about removing one of the best cards in Jewelry Bonnie, there's always this extra hoop you have to jump through to do it correctly. Otherwise, you can get pretty severely punished here. We see the Rob Lucci attack coming in to lower the cost of the Basil Hawkins. So we'll see if there's a follow-up there. But there's always, like I said, yeah, the extra hoops you have to jump through to do it.
Yeah, and I think Dylan's thinking like, you know, with Bonnie, there's a lot of the times like, I want that card in life. It'd be really nice if it's in my hand, but is a free block just better? Like there's a lot of decisions.
Yeah, when you're playing a deck like Bonnie that doesn't have that much counter, I think you can just counter when you can, and you have the time it takes because your opponent always needs one more attack to hit your life anyway.
Yeah, and here comes Gecko Moria now, and this is one of the benefits of going second for this Rob Lucci deck. You get the Gecko out a little bit quicker, and then you get to build those really, really strong boards. So what's the plan here?
Yeah, we got a lot of good cards. We've got 4-drop Kuzan. We have
Yep.
also the Rebecca if we want to, but it looks like it's just going to be a double draw with the Kuzan and the Spandam.
Ooh, and there we see 2 good hits off of the Spandam. We see the zero-cost event in King Pistol as well as the Kaku 2K. I think we're going to choose to value that extra bit of defense and put that into our hand, trash the rest.
All right, going back to Dylan here, going to be at 9 Dawn, so 1 away from their 10-drop Dofi, and let's see what they do with it.
This game's still a grind, just like we saw in game 1, 4 health to 4 health, deep in the game right now. But when you start to get these bigger later game boards, things start to happen. So it's about to get us. Speaking of things happening, there's
Yeah.
Hody Jones hitting the board, resting a couple characters over on Patrick's side, and this is a great opportunity perhaps for Dylan to retake the tempo.
Yeah, just trying to like do what Patrick's deck is kind of known for, just controlling the board now and threatening Patrick's hand before he tries to actually start going at life.
And you really, really want to get this 4-drop Kuzan off the board. So we're going to start with a 5 into the 4-drop Kuzan. We know that there's a 7 and 8K potentially coming afterwards. So how much do you really value that Kuzan staying on board?
Yeah, because we already know Dylan is more than willing to attack with his blockers if he thinks he can get value out of them on his turn.
Yeah, it's really how many attacks do you want to have to make them use to get rid of it? Because like it feels kind of inevitable that you're gonna have to give up the Kuzan at some point this turn. If they want it, it's theirs, you know. So the question is, how much do you want them to pay for it? It's gonna counter out, looks like, with Rebecca for now.
And here's a bit of a decision, right? Do you want to go 7 with Basil and then maybe like 9? If you're able to get rid of it, you can use like a baby 5 search instead of a Dawn open.
Yeah, true.
So a lot of decisions.
Maintaining the blocker too could be pretty cool. Like if all you need is 9, you just go swing with Hody Jones and you get to keep your blocker from being threatened on the crackback from that 8-drop Moria.
I think it's nice too if you keep Hody Jones available, you know, for an attack into something else at the end too. You know, maybe you go for the Brook. Maybe you just go for 1 into life too. It's you've got the option. That's kind of the scary part with attacking with the Hawkins first, is that you keep sort of the end of your turn a mystery a little bit too.
Yeah, I really like that point actually. That might be what Dylan's thinking. Oh, we're actually attacking life with the Basil Hawkins, it looks like.
Oh, okay, interesting. All right. Hard to tell from our perspective where the gestures are going right now, but yeah, it looks like that one was to life. So just putting pressure on the opponent themselves.
Yep, then use the baby 5, look top 5 for a Rosinante. We still have our Hody attack, and let's see where it's going.
I mean, Dylan did see a lot of success in the last game by just pressuring Patrick's life whenever he had the option to, and maybe he's just thinking, I think I got plenty of time to start dealing you damage. Or he could be thinking, I have 2 more Hody Jones in my hand. I think you're going to get to 0 life no problem.
Oh, and we do save it.
Yeah, I'm assuming that 9K was going to protect the Kuzan there.
Yeah. Trashing a couple cards with Lucci there. Perhaps. And what's going to be? You've got a lot to work with here, but there's, you know, obviously there's things like the Spandam that are not the biggest attack threat, you know. You can replace it with something.
And this is where it gets really awkward, right? You want to attack with your big 9K, but you also want to get your 4-drop Kuzan -4 effect, right? Bonnie's able to get rid of any of these attacks that they do not like the most.
That might have been what Dylan was thinking, is I'm like, fine, you want Kuzan that badly? Go ahead and attack with him. That means Moria can't attack.
Yeah. Yeah, true. The pace of the game definitely slowing down a little bit here as the decisions become more complex. You can see the players have to take a little bit more time to make sure that they make the right call here. And it's high pressure. This is the top 8, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot on line here, and I think both are about even right now, both at 3 life.
Yeah.
Board's about the same. You know, I think Moria's board, or Rob Lucci with another Moria would, you know, take off a little bit, but nothing that either player can't recover from.
Yeah, and Dylan already a game up in this series too, so Patrick knows that this is do or die. It's either win this game, stay alive in this best of 3, or go home. Tournament could be over if this game doesn't go your way.
I did see that finger pistol in hand, so maybe Patrick is thinking to myself, if I play this out just right and rest all my cards, I can maybe clear the entire board.
Yeah, I think he's got like too many options in hand right now. There are too many decisions, so it's going to be hard to lock into just one.
So
Yeah,
there would be the 4 cost reduction on the Hody Jones, bringing it down to a 3 cost card.
You know, and this is kind of a symbol of you know, what the Rob Lucci can do well, which is play the longer game and say, you know what, I don't need that 90k attack this turn. I can just kind of keep playing tempo, keep removing your stuff, keep establishing bigger stuff on my side of the board, and I know eventually I'm going to overwhelm you. The nature of tempo.
Yeah, but if we're using all 10 Dawn, I think we are going to be able to, if we attack with everything correctly, use Brook to get rid of one of these cards, and then the Finger Gun to get rid of the other one. So that is potential if you want to just make sure that only the Baby 5's left on board.
Yeah, it's quite possible.
I mean, heck, at this point, Spandam can just attack into Baby 5. You need to rest all your cards anyway, get value out of them.
You're right, you're right.
True. To you, yeah, thinking about attacking with the Rob, 1 cost less onto Hody Jones again.
Yep, that attack looked like it was into life, being countered out by
Yeah.
Dylan, getting rid of another Rosionante.
It's kind of good to see the Rocinante go there too, but you know, from the Jewelry Bonnie side of things, it's like, well, it blocked an attack. You know, whether it was from on the board being a blocker, whether it was from in hand via counter, it did its job.
Oh, we're going large numbers. So this is 5 Dawn, so 11 into the Basil Hawkins 7.
I think Patrick wants to maybe get a hit in with the Khalifa is what this is kind of telling me, is he wants to maybe swing 5 with it and still Finger Pistol on the same turn to get rid of Hody Jones. If he can just attack over the Basil Hawkins, it's a little bit easier for him.
Yeah, Dylan requesting to just see cards in trash just to get an idea of what could be in hand or what the follow-up play could be.
Saw a couple of Rebecca's in there, as well as I think 3 copies of Tempest Kick.
Yeah, but maybe only the one Finger Pistol. So thinking, hey, that is still out there.
Yeah, most decks only run like 2 or 3 at the most.
Right. But they are out there.
And this would be at least a 3-card investment to save this Basil right now.
I mean, there's not a lot of cards you'd invest 3 from hand on to save, but Basil Hawkins definitely one of those, and that's going to be the play from Dylan. Going to keep it alive for the moment. Patrick wants to check it out, understandably.
Yeah, I think that he was looking at, he used the 0 cost to pitch a 2K, so effectively
yeah.
that was only a 1K counter.
Yeah.
There we see the 5 with the Khalifa that I was talking about, which I thought Patrick really valued here. And here we see the Spandine getting replaced with Rob Lucci, getting rid of both the Baby 5 and the Hody Jones. If I can't get rid of Basil, I'll get rid of the other 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think the Finger Pistol was in hand, but maybe they're using it as a bait. Say, oh, the Basil's going to be safe, they're going to be able to block with it, and then get the surprise removal of it in another turn.
Yeah, and it goes back to tempo, right? It's like you can leave the Basil Hawkins out there and be like, all right, I'm just going to not worry about being as aggro, you know, I'll be happy with removing kind of the utility stuff, right? And the blockers that have this sort of like extra ability. I'm not going to remove it in a way that exposes me to risk anyway. I'm going to come in for an attack later on.
Yeah, and I see a card reach the top of his hand there, and we'll see what happens after this attack.
Yeah, we see Dylan going for the full throttle aggro here. I think he's attacking maybe into the Kuzan. I think Patrick countered out of whatever the previous attack was with Leader.
Now only 4 cards in hand for Dylan, so not a lot right now.
Yeah, I think Patrick was more than happy with the outcome of last turn. He got 3 cards out of Dylan's hand, plus he still was able to control the board very decently. But there we see the big 10-drop Doflamingo, freezing the Moria, freezing the Kuzan, and freezing the Brook from being refreshed.
Yeah, so this will extend the game. Again, having all 3 of the biggest cards on Patrick's side. Crucially, you know, the Kuzan to do the big 4 cost lowering, rested for the next turn. Now you got to deal with that 10K. There are ways to take it out. Ice Age is a pretty good card, but we'll see if Patrick has the answer.
Yeah, the big cost about this too is that since we don't have an Uruge or a Cavendish or any other way to get Dawn back, you did have to use all 10 Dawn to play that Doflamingo.
Exactly. Yeah.
So Bonnie does not get its leader effect.
Which means both these Rob Lucci's will be able to attack. And something I think we should keep in mind is that Patrick did save his Finger Pistol in hand, and I think I see a Helmeppo in there randomly.
Huh. Is that enough? Is that enough minus cost?
That should bring him down to 6, so he needs
Yeah,
one more way to do it.
Needs a little bit more, yeah.
Maybe Spandam into Tempest Kick could be pretty cool.
Yeah. There are ways. There's definitely card combos in this deck in spades to remove something like a 10 cost.
Yeah, and it had to be the 10 cost, because if you use the Spandam and you try to get rid of the Basil, you can rest the Spandam you just played too.
Exactly,
so,
yeah.
Looking at the top 3, we can either get another Finger Pistol or the Spandine from the top 3.
Span Dam could be actually pretty neat to be able to bring back a Lucci from the trash, because we'll probably be able to... Oh no, because we just hard played this Span Dam right now, that means there's no way Basil Hawkins will be able to be removed this turn by effect.
The alternative you could do is you could play the Spandine, use it to get Khalifa to get another -2 with him. It's a lot of cards and a lot of resources, but it does open up a way to get rid of that Dofi.
I mean, this is why people play Rob Lucci too, right? Because if you take the time and you think hard enough, you can find all of these different ways of putting the removal puzzle together. You know, it's what drew people to leaders like Sakazuki in the past. It's got that same vibe, right? Where I've got a lot of ways to do the same thing, and if I'm creative enough, I can get out of some pretty sticky situations.
Yeah, having the reach with your trash that the black color has right now is what makes it super appealing to a lot of players, like you're saying.
It's super loathed by other players too sometimes. But
Just a little bit. All right, we're
There
targeting
we go.
down the Don Quixote.
Okay. Yeah, the -1 cost from the Rob Lucci leader ability. Probably sending that 5 at life.
Looks like we're going 6 at life as well, just trying to pressure Dylan's hand some more like we did last turn. I think Patrick will be going for a big board control play right now. Yeah, 0 life.
Dangerous moment. Helmeppo
Going down
onto
to
the, bringing -4 costs now onto the Dofi.
Yep, and just like you said, Hayden, it looks like we're eyeing up Spandine into Khalifa, into Finger Pistol to try to get rid of this Don Quixote do Flamingo.
Yeah, I think that would, at this point, with 0 cards in life for Bonnie, 1 card on board, I think that would be the game winner.
Yep, this is Spandine, just like we expected. The combo is slowly coming together, but each one of these cards has sort of like an additive element as well. Khalifa hits the board as expected. We're so close.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is that a lot of people, you know, they short circuit a lot of combos, right? Oh, we play Spandine only to play off Rebecca, right? But to identify the cost reduction and the extension of this is, you know, why he's here in this top 8 right now.
Yeah, showing some cards there. I think and there it is. There's a Finger Pistol to finish off Don Quixote, Do Flamingo.
Yep,
the
Dylan
10
showing
cost
the
variety.
hand. Yeah, let's go to game 3.
Yeah, exactly. I think he knew what was up. A very strong board built very quickly by Patrick Way. Obviously getting the Gecko Moria on curve, big part of that. But again, just having the creativity to find the card combination from the combination of your deck, your hand, your trash, to get those removal puzzles put together. And we have a tied series.
Yeah, even though Patrick ended up with only 1 card left in his hand at the end of that big combo, even though Dylan had access to another Hody Jones, the best he could do was bring Patrick down to 0 and then just pass back to his opponent. And there was no way he had enough cards in hand to stop all those attacks at 0 life.
Yeah, so we are going to go to game number 3, which means we're going to choose likely second to go with Bonnie as well. And I think the other thing, too, is that whoever goes first in the first game is decided by tiebreakers, too. So being able to do well in Swiss just means that you are able to go second twice in a match like this, where it's really important.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much more important than this next game, too, right? I mean, it's a top 8. It's the 3rd game in the series. Winner moves on to the semifinals, 1 step closer to one of those trophies on the stage, 1 step closer to that invite to the World Championships. You know, there's a lot on the line. There's a lot of pressure going on for these 2 players, and this is where, you know, the complexity of a deck like Rob Lucci, of a deck like Bonnie, really kind of hits.
Yeah, well, for one of these players, it's the most important game of the day. For the other, it's the most important so far.
I suppose. Yeah, sure. I mean, if they make it, you got to make it.
Yeah.
You got to take it 1 game at a time, though. I mean, there's a pro player in one of the esports that I covered named Baby Bay, and he said, as a pro player, really in any situation, card games or video games, you got to have goldfish brain, right? You got to forget about what happened 5 minutes ago. You got to concentrate on the 5 minutes happening right now, and that's how you move on round to round in a tournament like this.
Definitely. And it looks like we are getting a start with Bonnie liking their opening hand, with Rob Lucci trying again. I'm going to say I don't think Patrick really has had the best hands for Rob Lucci in the first 2 of these games.
Yeah, we saw him having to cycle those Tempest kicks, both of those games basically, and just trying to craft his hand as he went along and crafting his trash as he went along. We saw him really valuing filling the trash more than actually getting damage in the early game with his more powerful cards.
Fist bump. We are officially on the cruise. Patrick Way taking the turn 1, of course, because Dylan will choose to go second, and just Don pass to Don, and there's the Bonnie. There's the search for Dylan, so pretty good start on that side of things.
Yep, just doing a little bit of shorthand. Cost 1, and you can pay 1 to be able to search top 5. So two for the top 5 is what's going on there.
Yep.
Yep, Dylan added a 2K Scratchman Apo to his hand just for some extra defense, but it sometimes can come up against cards like Nami, so that way you can rest their Dawn during their defensive plays. Pretty useful.
We got Spandine into the trash to begin, which is pretty good for future plays. Isho, not hitting the board yet. Maybe later, but not quite yet.
I feel like it is one of those matchups, though, where it's like the Isho just isn't as valuable because you're just not going to be able to catch the Bonnie as often with that bigger hand compared to some of the other decks that you play into.
Yeah, it sometimes feels like Isho is just always fighting for the time it can get played, because you'd almost always rather play Gecko Moria first, and then by the time you would play a Isho, your opponent doesn't have 6 cards in hand or more, so it's just not worth it.
When you get to the 8-cost spot in a lot of the one-piece decks, it's kind of like the versatility of like, which matchup would I prefer to play this 8-cost in, right? And this is definitely a Gecko Moria one.
Yeah, being able to go wider on the board. Bonnie's good at getting rid of taller attacks, but wider boards it can cause some issues. And we do have a wide board for Dylan, though. 2 searchers already, and hopefully Rob Lucci for Patrick to get rid of them, because otherwise it's going to just take a lot of tempo away from what Patrick's trying to do.
Yeah, they're so easy to remove, too, but if you don't have the card, you can't do it, right? So sometimes it's a bit agonizing for the Rob Lucci player to see that stuff and be like, oh, my kingdom for Lucci 4-cost, you know, but if you have it, you have it.
The worst case scenario is that those searchers also become blockers essentially for an attack.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, playing aggro into Jewelry Bonnie, a lot of times you feel bad because you know you need to remove those searchers, but you have to give up those attacks to do it. But just that's why this green deck is like the best green deck in the format right now, because it causes you to have to make all these inopportune moves, you know?
Yeah, Patrick just made a really good calculated decision. Did not have Rob Lucci in hand, used Tempest Kick to extend it, top decked it, and was able to get rid of those 2.
Wow.
Really, really good fortune there.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. That's what he was looking for. He found it. That's called the Caster Bless right there.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
If people heard about the Caster Curse, that's the Caster Bless.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah.
Over to Dylan again.
Getting that attack with Jewelry Bonnie, and Patrick thinking about whether or not he wants to counter out of this.
Yeah, right now Basil would be really good on curve, but it would mean you can't rest with leader effect.
Yeah, but you still have the blocker now from Basil to maybe eat up the attack that Jewelry Bonnie would have eaten up anyway, so it's kind of worth it to get such a powerful body against the black color.
Yeah, you're going to do it, and you know it's going to require, at 7,000 power, it's going to require some sort of like Dawn investment or card investment to remove it. You don't have anything on the board that you can just straight up attack into it, so at least you get that out of playing it while not having the Dawn for the Bonnie ability available.
I have to think about Bonnie. The most important thing about this matchup is, number one, my curve. What am I following up my other previous plays with? Am I going Erosion to Basil into Cavendish into Cody Jones or whatever? And also, the cards I play, can I keep them around as long as possible to get value? Because I'm really good at adding extra turns to the game, but I'm not that great at actually adding pressure.
Yeah, 7 to life from the Rob Lucci. It's going to take a life from Dylan.
Really good to see him attacking with 7 here, so that way if Dylan does decide to block, he still eats at least 1 card out of hand.
Yep, got to do it that way. I mean, attacking a 7K blocker with a 6K that's a rough time.
Yeah, it also
welcome to One Piece. Yeah.
We could do like 2 7s, and then you could block the second one and try to get rid of it. But then even then, the finger pistol would be able to get rid of the Basil afterwards. But I just getting the block and the minus.
Yeah, that's one of the situations where you're more interested in the -2. And there's a Sabo on the side of Patrick, getting to do a little bit of cycling with the draw 2, trash 2, and now having the protection for the Lucci, having the blocker out, just kind of establishing that stronger board, right? We're still very much in the setup phase for the most part for this game.
And as Hayden was saying, we essentially just dodged the finger pistol there, which would have gotten rid of the Basil Hawkins, given that it was reduced cost. So Dylan maybe having a little sigh of relief there that he gets to keep this powerful body around for a little bit longer.
I think that's okay, though, for Patrick, right? I mean, you know you've got the tools to remove it later on. It's more important at this point in the game to do what we talked about earlier, right? Which is against a leader like Bonnie, you need to go wide and mitigate the effect of that leader ability. If, like, one thing's getting rested and you still have 4 characters out there, well, then that's not as strong as it would be otherwise.
Patrick is deciding his discard here for his Sabo. It's going to be a Rob Lucci and a 4-drop Kuzan. And then we're going to end our turn with a Tempest Skip to draw a card.
Yeah, and Sabo being able to get those into the trash is fantastic. Just means that you set up future Moria plays. They're generally difficult to get in the trash outside of just milling off the top of your deck with Rob Lucci leader effect. But it also does mean that Basil does survive another turn.
Yeah, having a natural place to put all those counterless cards and still get value out of them is what makes the Rob Lucci and all the other black decks so powerful with cards like Sabo.
Yeah. So looks like an attack coming out from Dylan here, perhaps. A little
Maybe
bit.
debating if he wants to block, but then he opens up
Yeah.
Sabo to being attacked by the Basil Hawkins. That could be a little rough.
It does. I do have that like Admiral Akbar. It's a trap kind of like clip playing in my head right now when I see this.
Yeah, and it looks like we're deciding if we had Hody Jones in hand for Dylan, we'd probably slam that immediately, right? So
Right.
likely that's not coming down this turn. We could see a 5-cost Bonnie used to rest the Sabo so it can't become active again. But curious what Dylan's turn is going to look like.
There we just see the counter of the Helmeppo out of the attack. 5 cards in Patrick's hand. Dylan trying to assess the board here.
Looks a bit perplexed, and this is one of those turns where you have some difficult decisions to make, right? You know, how aggressive can you really afford to be, being down in health a little bit, being down in board presence a little bit?
Yeah, and I did see Dylan has an 8-drop kit in hand, which you could play. It would, sacrifice one you can't put a Dawn underneath it this turn, and it would also turn off the Bonnie effect. So it's a little bit expensive and risky, and looking like we're attaching some Dawn.
I'd be very worried to go for that kid play for those reasons. Yeah, I mean, that you just open it up to getting removed there.
I think Dylan is recognizing what y'all have been talking about this entire match, which is the way Patrick wins is by going wide with a lot of bodies, and I think now he's deciding to pressure the Rob Lucci with this attack of 8K to try to force it off the board.
Yeah, and that's the good number. Just means, it looks like we're actually going into the leader.
He was
Yeah.
attacking a Rob Lucci, not the character Rob Lucci.
You didn't specify which one. We'll let you get away with that one, yeah. You weren't wrong. Yeah.
Establishing a second Basil Hawkins and leaving 1 Dawn up for Bonnie's ability looks pretty good to me, though.
Yeah, I think that's solid. Why not?
I think the good thing about knowing if your opponent's going to play like 8-drop Moria, though, too, is that you know just how big the attacks are going to be, right? They're usually using all their Dawn. Just means that if your 7K blocker is probably going to be able to have attack for pretty free, and likely if they play Moria, they have to have like a Tempest Kick or an Ice Age to be able to pressure one of these Basils, too.
You say Basil, I say Basil. You say Spendine, I say Spendine.
You say Uroj, I say Urogi.
Let's call the whole thing One Piece.
I've only read the manga, right?
Oh,
I've
there
never
you
seen
go.
the show, right?
I've only watched the show, so. Yeah. And some people have only played the card game.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're at that point again that we saw, before, where every decision is just so crucial for these players at this point. This is the game that will decide which one of these players moves on to the round of 4.
I will say Patrick's trash is stacked. Like, if he has a play in mind, he can do whatever it is.
Yeah, and just making a big decision. We did see like double Ice Age in hand. We see the finger pistol. So if we want to go wide and board, we can. If we want to get rid of one of these Hawkins, we can do one of that too. But we can't do both, which is generally what Rob Lucci gets to do against a lot of other matchups.
If you can establish another character and get rid of one of these Basil Hawkins, that's like the best case scenario, right? Because you need to keep with the mission of going as wide as possible against Bonnie, but you also need to do something about these 2 7Ks that are on the board.
Yeah, we're going to start off with the 7K with the 4-drop Rob Lucci, so we can block it or take it here. But that does leave 8 Dawn ups that usually signal a Moria coming down.
But like you said, that means
Seems
this 5K Lucci tech is not going to be scary at all.
So, and, okay.
Choosing to Ice Age instead of Moria, maybe
Yeah.
going for a finger gun play like we mentioned.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, Ice Age Finger Gun. So removing one of the Basil Hawkins then. A few Dawn remaining. Is there Spandine in the hand?
There is, and I think that's what Patrick is maybe going to be trying to go for here, is establishing another 4K body on play, 4-drop body on play.
That's the thing. I mean, you could just, get a minus cost there. And you could just, again, continue to go wide. You don't necessarily need to remove that Hawkins if you don't, have it. It's not bad, but it's not completely necessary this turn.
Yeah, but I think that's a really good bait by Patrick. What if I see 8 Dawn available on my opponent's side of the board? I'm like, oh, Moria every time.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And to instead do the alternative play of the Ice Age and the finger pistol just means that, caught Dylan off guard likely.
He essentially tricked Dylan into not going for a block, which would have been probably pretty valuable for him.
Yeah, pretty heads-up play there, and we see the Spandine dropping now. And what do you think the 4 cost is going to be?
Rob
Don't
Lucci,
recall what's in
6K
the
body
hand.
probably.
I think you do just go for the power.
Yeah, the only other one would maybe be Khalifa. If you don't like the cards in your hand, get a little bit of cycle, but...
Sure. Well, it's Lucci. Yeah.
No effect because you just won't do anything even if you use it. So just
yeah.
establishing it. He has another one in trash too if he absolutely needs it on the next turn. So he's more than happy to play it down.
I mean, that's fine. You've got 3 6K bodies on the board now. Now you can start playing the Morias, right? Now you can start throwing out the 9Ks and bringing more stuff on. And it's getting to danger levels of board width at this point.
Yeah, so I think Dylan has kind of 2 plays. It's either play out the 10-drop Dofi, make sure that all the cards, all the characters on the board can't attack next turn, or play the Eustace Kid.
Yeah, just buy yourself a little bit more time. Not the worst idea this time. What does he have in his hand though? I didn't catch to see if he's got the 10 cost. I think see the 2 cost Rocinante at least.
Yeah, I definitely know Kid is in there. I can't confirm on the Dofi.
We did see Dylan flash the 9-drop Zoro in the last game right as the game ended. There is a world where because he played the Ice Age last turn as Patrick, that Dylan thinks, oh, this 9-drop Zoro might actually stick in play.
I put myself in that thought all the time. Never works out. They always have a second one.
And I think Dylan agrees with you. He's like, fine, I'll just use Kid, bring out Rocinante. That worked pretty well game 1. Let's see if it works out well this time.
I mean, it's a great protection combination, right? To have the Kid out there with the Rocinante, you have the Hawkins to boot as well. And, it doesn't necessarily give you a lot of offensive power, but it does give you time, right? Which is what I think Dylan kind of needs.
Yeah, but I think Patrick does have the 6-cost Brook in hand, which, again, will gently place it in the trash and get around that Rosie protection, which, when you already have such a big board of 6K attacks, could be huge for Patrick.
Brooke will sing a nice little lullaby and put Kid right to bed.
All right, over to Patrick. Once more, a lot of Dawn to deal with, all the Dawn available. But that Kid, got to attack into him if there's a Dawn on him like that. So there has to be, you have to find a way to remove it. The Rocinante making that a little bit more difficult. But again, I think your point of the 6-cost Brook might just be the play there. Does he have a way to get the rest of the cost removal down, though?
Yeah, that is something you do have to make sure you get to. We already have like a lot of our resources for that used too. So, but I think there was another Ice Age in hand.
Well, that's what I was wondering, because we just saw him use an Ice Age, so he's got to have another one. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I think Patrick is being nice to us, because I think he has the special edition one, which makes it really flashy, easy to see. But we'll confirm that shortly in a minute.
Yeah, I think the line of play for Patrick will be activate that Ice Age that I do believe is in his hand, attack with Rob Lucci, leader, to get the reduction all the way down to 4 for the... actually, no, 1 Ice Age will be more than enough. So I think he's actually just going to prioritize getting cards out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, first it's going to be just the 8K attack into the Kid. Again, like you said, just to maybe take a card out from hand that does rest the Sabo as you would expect. It's going to be just a 1K counter for Dylan to get out of that. Dylan down to, looks like 6 cards in hand, 7 cards in hand right now.
It's either that or they're going to just commit to the Moria play, but...
Yeah, is there a reason why you wouldn't just Brook before you started attacking? I think, he's just valuing
exactly.
Moria here instead.
It is a Moria, yep. Just playing that right now. And what are we going to bring? Yeah, maybe just another Lucci? No.
Yeah, we could do a fun loop around where we put Spandine back and then you get some value and play it again and play another Rob Lucci.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, there we see Patrick bring back Rebecca and Spandam, using Spandam's on-play effect before he fully resolves Rebecca's. I think this will get, of course, the patented Spandine combo, and then that will bring back Lucci to get rid of the Rosionante.
Yep. It's a long, roundabout way of getting there, but it does give you with 2 blockers on board. Obviously, effectively 1 because the Sabo's rested right now, but the 2 blockers plus a lot of power.
I think Patrick was just like, it's easier to get rid of Rosionante, and I'd rather establish Gecko Moria to attack into the Kid next turn. If I'm just going to get rid of it, I'm going to get rid of it when I already have a bigger body in play.
Yeah, I think that's very, very fair.
Spandine, and we expect Spandine to be immediately replaced with the Lucci. That's right. Goodbye, Don Quixote Rocinante, 2-cost edition.
This is definitely a kind of board where I just tell my opponent, trust me, it ends like this, trust me. I can spend the minute if you want to, but this is how I end my turn.
But there we see Patrick expertly navigating it and passing over to Dylan now, who begins his turn with 10 Dawn and an already 7K Basil Hawkins and an 8K Kid in play. I think Dylan feels pretty good with how his board looks, but Patrick, I bet you, has a plan.
You don't you feel safe, but you don't feel totally safe. Gonna do a little bit of searching first. I think that's probably pretty wise. I mean, you've got the Dawn available to do something like that right now.
I think we're eyeing up a third
Yeah.
Basil Hawkins this game. That is a
I
really
like it.
amazing way to protect Kid.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually huge to have 2 Hawkins out there. Kid is very, very well protected if that does hit the board.
Yeah, it's going to be able to let us end the turn too with an additional Dawn up, 2 of the blockers, and just like this big 9K attack. This is a good amount of pressure, and definitely needs a lot of answers from Patrick too.
There's totally a world, too, that after this attack, depending on what Patrick does, Dylan just uses the effect of Kid to play another Rosionante from hand, and then plays the Basil Hawkins down, giving him 3 blockers in play and a protection for rested characters.
Yeah, I was wondering if you even play. You know, what's the order, right? You've already got one out. Do you want to save the other one? He's going to attack.
Yeah, he's never afraid to attack with that Basil Hawkins.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we always want to say, eventually you have to be afraid of Hody just winning the game, and putting them down to 1 really, makes that happen. So putting out another one and passing from there.
Yeah, the 9K from Kid was absorbed by the Rebecca block. So got rid of the Rebecca at least for the moment, but then establishing that second Basil Hawkins, and now over to Patrick Way again.
So I think Patrick's plan last turn of dealing with the Rosionante and hoping another one was not on the horizon is working out, because now he can more than easily deal with this Kid with the Ice Age and Brook that he has in hand, and then start attacking with all of his powerful bodies that he has in play.
And even if, Eustace Kid does fall, you're not really worried about it, right? You're still at 2
Sure.
life. You use your leader effect to get out of an attack for that 1 Dawn. So it's going to be really tricky for Patrick to put enough pressure and have enough defense to not lose next turn.
Yeah, it's just wild how the Jewelry Bonnie decks are able to, take a little bit of that damage early and then start to slowly grind their way back and establish this sort of like unkillable, impenetrable wall, Which is kind of the nature of the deck, but it always surprises me a little bit just how much comeback potential this deck has.
It can really snowball, like you're saying. Like,
Yeah.
you can just turn into this thing that adds so many turns into the game and builds these really robust, incredible boards that I don't care what deck you're playing. I don't care what removal you have. I'll have enough time to win the game.
Right. The longer the game goes, the better it is for the Jewelry Bonnie, I feel like, in a lot of matchups. This is one thing where sometimes the Rob Lucci can kind of suffer a little bit, right? Where it is a deck that kind of plays for the tempo style. It is a deck that takes time to establish that big board, and time is what the Bonnie wants to have. And despite the pressure we saw put on from Patrick early, it's looking a little bit risky, but that is a Moria.
Oh, they're thinking that, again, the sequencing, that 1 Dawn open makes all our
yeah,
sequencing
exactly.
tricky. It means that we lose our Sabo, and if we don't have another blocker next turn, it's going to be very difficult for us. And I have to really need to think about it as Patrick.
Yeah. Does he have another Sabo in hand? Does he have another Rebecca he can bring in? Yep. So the Moria attacking for 10K. Sabo does get rested, as you would expect, and countered out by Dylan is the attack on the Kid.
It looks like about 5 cards in hand for Dylan. Again, you're not super worried if Eustace Kid goes down. You do have a pretty good board of these Basils who, again, are blockers who are very comfortable with attacking. And only 9 Dawn for Patrick to try to do something against this really great board that Dylan's been able to make.
I mean, we've been seeing it since set 1. As long as you have a blocker out there with your Captain Kid, I do not care how much you attack with. I will always block instead of lose 3 cards in hand, or I'll lose all the cards in my hand to protect this Kid, because it just gives me that much advantage.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the Ice Age, so we are going to see what the removal option for this Kid now. Now that it costs, 3 right now? We can make it cost 2 with Leader if we want to.
That's right.
Yeah, I think Patrick was just trying to think, if I can get rid of it by just attacking with this Moria, I will, but I have my second Moria coming down now, and I'll use the effects of my other cards like Helmeppo and Rebecca and the Spandine combo to just get rid of it after the fact and establish my board again.
Yeah, and with the Sabo being rested, you don't really have a big problem removing it, especially when you're establishing another blocker that is not rested. That definitely keeps you a little bit safer. But here we go again. Spandine, and then...
Just trust me. Rob Lucci's on board. I've got a blocker. Your guy's gone. Just
the numbers work out, believe me.
trust me.
Trust
Lucci
me,
would never lie to you.
Rob Lucci is getting rid of Bonnie and Kid this turn, and it works. It's no big deal.
I mean, if I ever knew a character in One Piece to never be associated with deception, it's Rob Lucci.
Yes,
Yep.
exactly.
Never.
Most honest man in the
Honest
seven
man.
seas,
He's dressed in all white, spiffy little guy.
I'd trust him. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Honestly, I think numbers are still in Dylan's favor right now to just go for game. Hody Jones, I think, is just the go-ahead for it. But attacking into leader.
You gotta try something, you know.
I mean, these Hawkins being the stickiest things in the world, too, have got to be awesome for Dylan here because, like you said, Hody Jones plus 4 attacks. Get rid of your Rebecca. Patrick has 4 cards in hand. Like, it's going to be more than enough. But does Dylan have it?
Well, we're gonna find out very soon here. Is this the turn that's gonna send Dylan on to the semifinals?
Ooh, big 5. So likely not having the Hody Jones.
Yeah.
I think he has, like, all of his counter cards in his hand, like the Scratchman Oppos, the events.
Yeah, I think we just
Could
top
be.
deck a 9-drop Zoro, too, which is a little scary.
Especially since we've seen, 3 Ice Ages and 3 Tempest kits gone from Patrick. All the cost reductions pretty much non-existent now.
Yeah, because we have to, with all these attacks with 1 blocker up, we'd have to make sure that all of them go through. So using the blocker on the 5, wow.
Ooh, okay. Huh.
What are we fearing there for Patrick?
What's in the hand?
Maybe his hand's just, like, super important?
That, I guess.
Full of non-counterable?
You know, does this put a little bit of fear in Dylan, too, where it's like, all right, what's in that hand now? Now I'm a little bit concerned.
It tells Dylan something.
Yeah.
I'm going 12-12. I don't know what you guys talking about. I'm zooming.
Yeah, Super
Right?
Hawkins brothers are coming for the flag, yeah.
Yeah.
But is it a bait? We've seen plenty of baits this weekend already from people.
Yeah, 4 in hand would be, if you're all 2Ks, get to 13. So it could be a large bait for that.
Yeah, Dylan's as perplexed as I think anyone else. He's like, oh, I didn't think that would happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
this is the time where like all this self-doubt. I mean, look at him head and hands. Like the second guessing, the self-doubt comes into play here. You just gotta believe.
When you start hand mathing, you know something's up.
It's a scary moment, though. I mean, like in any game of One Piece, I don't care if it's a game 3 of the round of 8 of nationals or if it's your local, right? You get to this point in the game, you're like, I know the next decision I make is going to determine this game.
Yeah. And I don't care how good you are at math. You're always like 2 and 2 is 4, right? Like you.
I mean, I was an art major, so I don't even know that much. You know, this game is terrifying for me.
All right, we're swinging 10. This does feel like a feeler. Like if this hits, there's no way 14 will miss. Oh.
Yeah, but we're thinking a little bit more. Adding some more.
10, and 3, 4 remaining.
He's like, this is happening for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can go 11, 13. We can do 2 12s. There are some numbers which win and lose, and conversely, one's not strictly better than the other.
I'm usually the fan of actually going for the bigger number first because that first damage going through is way more important because I've already committed so much that there's kind of like no going back after that point.
Sure.
And it looks like 11, though, so let's see if Patrick can get out of it.
Yeah, it's 11, and we have 13 on the
11
back.
and 12.
And we kept one up.
And is there
yeah,
12?
not
There
getting-
it is!
That's it.
Dylan Zayas is
Wow.
your top 8 winner going on to the semifinals.
Super
Wow.
Hawkins brothers coming through and taking it down for Dylan, and he will move on. A close game number 3, but it's a semifinals appearance in store for Dylan Zayas, and a chance still alive for one of those 2 spots at Worlds.
100%. So Bonnie gets to top 4 for us this weekend. We have 3 other decks that we'll get very shortly. 1 guaranteed Black Yellow Luffy because there was a mirror match, and then a good variety from there as well.
Yeah, and what a close ending to that game too, and obviously like so well played on both sides.
Yeah, honestly, like it kind of feels like out of nowhere, Dylan was just like, wait a second. I had a plan earlier, but now I can go for game. Let's just go do that then.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to know when to just throw your dawn on your characters and just go for it, right? And he picked the right moment. Patrick Way was in it pretty much the entire series, but just couldn't quite keep the blockers on the board. That Jewelry Bonnie ability, just so strong, resting with Sabo, all that kind of stuff, forcing him to just have Rebecca left over to protect that final life. Great series.
Definitely great. You gotta have that goldfish brain, though, as you mentioned.
Yeah, exactly.
We got another match coming up, and I'm excited. You guys excited for it?
Oh yes, top 4 and finals are going to be way exciting in this North American finals.
I am absolutely intrigued to see what our top 4 is going to end up being, because again, to reiterate what we said earlier, out of the 8 decks in the top 8, we had 6 unique lists, right? So we had an extreme amount of variety in this top 8 compared to a lot of other tournaments in not just One Piece, but like any card game, right? So as far as what gets through, I'm just really fascinated to see. We know there is a black-yellow Luffy, right? We said
because of the mirror match,
we know now that there's a Jewelry Bonnie as well. You know, will it be the purple Luffy? Will it be the Raiju?
Will it be Nami? If I'm
Will it be
hoping.
Nami? Yeah.
Yeah, those are all on the, they're still playing their matches too. We'll get an update that going into the next one, but yeah, really exciting.
That's right. So we are not done by a long shot yet with One Piece here at the Bandai Card Games Fest. We have got the semifinals coming up next. Do not go anywhere. Quick break, and when we return, we'll be right back with another great best of 3. And we are back here at Bandai Card Fest, getting ready for another round of One Piece here on the main stage. We're going into the semifinals. Once again, I'm Eric Dolanquist, joined by Eggman and true champion Steven, and we are about to witness a fantastic black-yellow Luffy mirror. It's going to be exciting, and especially exciting to me is that one of our two competitors is going to be a guy named Jackson, who took second place in Nationals last year. Here he has another chance to make it to the finals once again.
Yes, and we saw him playing yesterday as well in yet another black-yellow Luffy mirror. He did an absolute masterclass for us on how to combat that matchup from behind. Maybe he can do the same thing today because he is the lower-seeded player and won't have the option to pick who goes first or second.
Yeah, and his opponent is Chris Sock, who's been on quite the tear for this competitive season. He's been playing a lot of our regionals, our treasure cups, doing really, really well with it, and not a big surprise to me to see in the top 4.
Well, it's been fascinating to see the Starter 13 Luffy come up like this. It's been a deck a lot of people have been playing and having success with and talking about, but there's still a conversation ongoing about like what the best list is. I feel like there's still a lot of personal preference in terms of what these players decide to actually include. Like, I know you are famously very against the one-cost event, like strangely so to a certain extent. I've never seen someone loathe an event being included in that deck so much. Like, tell us why. Why this hatred for the Brothers Bonds?
Well, I maybe I'm playing up a little bit, right? But,
maybe. Well, you're saying
if you
you're
see the cards
entertaining
already,
people?
right? Like you're already good. So,
Yeah.
but not being able to get your Gecko Morias as consistently since it puts it to the bottom of your deck and some other key cards makes it a little bit rough at times. But I will not make fun of people playing it today, or at least try my best.
I appreciate it. There, I'm sure they do. Chris Sock versus Jackson Hong once again in our black-yellow Luffy mirror. Chris, though, with the alternate art here. Oh.
Yeah, but we see Jackson wheeling that awesome sort of commemorative rare that we got here at Card Fest. So
That
just
card
sort of
is
showing
beautiful,
off
by
that
the way.
he is at this tournament.
Yeah, if you have a chance to pick up that commemorative one, that is like one of the best-looking leaders I've seen.
Yeah, I did not know that was going to be here this weekend. I'm like, oh, boom, done immediately. Now it's mine.
Definitely pick that up. Got it in the big hard sleeve. Just waiting to get started here.
Yeah, and as mentioned again, so Chris is the higher seed, likely going to choose to go second since the even curve for Luffy's a little bit better. Both want to get to 10 as soon as possible, but we see the better searcher. I already started with it. Garb.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true, though. The one down turn goes Jackson's way, finds the Garp, and that's going to let him find the brother as well. Finds Sabo there. Baby Sabo going to hand. Oh, Garp versus Garp.
Now watch.
But see that there's a Moria in that hand already. One less in rotation.
That is true. That is true. I'm still not convinced. But.
I know. I'll stop. This is the end. I promise.
But I mean, that's what this deck is all about, is managing to find your babies, find the combos, set up, get some of your life down, and get to that point in the game where you're making your leader gigantic, playing those big 7K, after the buff bodies. A second Garp hits the board. Chris going through his deck so fast already.
Yep.
You want to know what's better than one Garp? 2 Garps.
That's true.
But I did notice that's 2 Morias at the bottom of your deck too. So those are 2 out of rotation now, which means you only get 2 max for the rest of this game.
So, is that the case, though? Or is this one of those games that might go long enough for those Garps to come back around? Sometimes this matchup can really stall out.
I would say the only thing is that you get to those long games if you play your Morias. So if you don't see your Morias, then you can't see your other Morias.
And here we see these players like jettisoning past each other. We have Garps attacking. We have Luffy's going in.
Yeah.
Both players already at 2 life. Maybe this game won't be as long as we might think. And there we see a third Garp coming down from Chris.
Do you see the third Moria? Oh,
The triple Garp. It's a Garp turkey. And yeah. I mean, well, one thing's for sure is that Chris has certainly seen a lot more of his deck than Jackson has so far. The question is, has he been able to filter it in a way that's given himself a great hand to go into the mid-game now?
Here we see Jackson maybe debating whether or not he wants to play that 5-drop Luffy on his 5-down turn. Every black-yellow Luffy player I know says if you play it on 5, if you have it on 5, you play it on 5, and there it is.
There it is.
But no effect.
And the mirror match, I mean, every leader has their own mirror match meta, right? It's always a little bit tricky. But this one's really interesting because it's usually really explosive. You both get down to 0 so quickly. You just have such big hand sizes, and then you have to kind of whittle them back down afterwards.
It's almost kind of like a gentleman's agreement to be like, all right, let's both, we know what both of our decks want to do. Let's just get there and then play it out.
We want to start playing baby bros and slinging 9K attacks at each other. It's great.
Exactly. So player up to Chris. Now we start to slow the tempo down a little bit. We have the first big body in terms of that Luffy on the other side of the board. There's going to be the attack coming through from the Luffy here into life. Oh, Brothers Bond, that's going to activate the trigger.
Okay, that's like the one good part about that card.
Oh,
It's a free
all
search.
right. We got him. We got him.
And there we see that ace going into Jackson's hand, a card that I've been seeing a lot of BY players start to cut, but Jackson still valuing that ability to go for a rush attacker at any point in the game seems pretty strong to me.
That's Sabo. I mean, gets played, obviously the blocker is there, but I feel like there's a good amount of removal that can deal with this.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's so important about playing Saba like this on curve is that you need to actually put some 5 costs into your trash. Otherwise, you kind of lose out on a little bit of tempo or card advantage. So thinking, Rocket Luffy immediately in there and hard thinking about the next one.
I mean, that's true. I mean, essentially your trash is like a second hand for this deck. So having something out there that's going to end up in your trash potentially very soon isn't the biggest deal necessarily.
And there we see Chris.
And the third Moria.
Yeah.
But Chris has dug so
it?
far into his deck that he might just draw those Morias again. Like, that might have been his game plan. It's like, I know I put those cards to the bottom. Let me just keep searching top five until I get back down to the bottom.
Quite possibly. Looks like the turn going over to Jackson. And what'll it be? We've got the Luffy ability on tap.
And it's really just a decision, do I want to go down to 0 life this turn to use my leader ability? And the fact that we're going to just start attacking with the leader first means that likely we are not doing that because we could get the increased power with one of the 2 drops.
Yeah, quite possible.
Yeah, I think Jackson wants to go for full value on his Luffy ability. And right now he can maybe only guarantee 1 5-drop in his trash. It's just not good enough. So going down to 0 just seems unnecessary.
Chris wondering how he wants to handle this. Oh, takes the life. Goes down to 0. Wow. I guess you've got a blocker out, but...
Yep, and we did use the Luffy effect, so this is an 8K attacking in. It's 0 life, so we're going to have to either get out of it or use our Sabo. And the other thing is that we know Jackson added a 5-cost ace to hand, so
exactly.
That could be very scary and get a lot of value very quickly.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Do we see that come down this turn just to put the extra pressure on? There goes the Sabo. And is it going to be the ace?
He has less than 2 life. It is considered a rusher right now. And Chris, even though his hand is deep, it might have a lot of uncounterable cards. Maybe Jackson just wants to pressure his hand now if he can.
Part of it, too. And there comes the ace, and there comes the attack. Part of it, too, is, if Chris has the ability to counter out of this, you potentially put stuff in your trash that then you can use later, too, with the Luffy leader ability.
Yeah, the only unfortunate thing here is that we don't have the 2-drop, right? So we're going to be able to end our turn by having 2 cards face up in our life. But we weren't able to get like as big of attack as we wanted to without the 2-drop.
Yeah. All right.
And the other thing mentioned too, we didn't have any 5-drops in our trash at the moment, so we had to get both of them from our hand.
Yeah, for sure. It's a little bit clunky, but Jackson makes it work. Meanwhile, Chris on the other side, now with a lot of Don to work with as well. The triple Garp still threatening there, but I got a feeling those are going to get removed at some point, get replaced here.
Never underestimate Grandpa. He might come in and just mollop you one.
That could be a 12K attack with 10 Don on that. Look out.
Say less.
Yeah, but with 8 Don right now, I think Chris is looking into putting Don underneath their leader, figure out the best way to either be like a 9K or get as much value as you can with being at 0 life at this point.
Yeah, being an 8 Don's a little awkward because you don't really know if it's better to go for your ability or go for your Moria play, but because you're at 0 life, you kind of have to go for that, meaning you're essentially playing with only 6 Don on your 8 Don turn.
All right, here comes another Luffy from the life this time around. Gets replaced with the baby that's going to give the Luffy leader that permanent 2K buff until the start of his next turn. Keep him a little bit safer that way.
Yeah, they're going to have to use the 2-drop Sabo. Yep, using that next. So that will protect the entire board. We're going to make a 9K leader now with both of the 2-drops and draw 2 trash to get a couple cards out of our hand into our trash.
Our players are very dice averse right now. They're like, I'll remember.
Playing the 1-cost event, not using dice, that's like 2 marks against me.
So that means, keep in mind, this attack is much bigger than it appears. There's another 4K in terms of buffs from the babies.
13.
Yeah, and the Luffy was an 8K too, so it was a little bit bigger than it looked, but still got the removal here and back to Jackson.
Yeah, so Jackson with just that ace on the board. How does he build it now? We'll find out.
I wonder if Jackson has seen any of his little baby brothers in hand. I don't know if he's drawn any this game.
The other thing, too, is that, unironically, we could just have 2 large attacks right now. There's only 1 blocker out, and Chris is at 0.
That's a great point. I mean, you could do that, but then, you know, do you suffer on the crackback, right? I mean, do you count on them just not having a great hand to counter out of that second attack?
Yeah, and the leader is a 9K, which, again, is a little bit tricky to see sometimes. But
Yeah.
I do like doing these. You don't lose out on any value for your leader attack since you do get the boost there. But we did have to use the Sabo to get the Luffy out of our life just to be able to get 0 and then go back up to 2.
That works.
Right now, our leader is 9K thanks to that baby Sabo. I wonder if we'll be able to go for another baby from hand potentially. Looks like we are.
Maybe another Sabo. Yeah, that's right. Another 2-cost Sabo converted into the 5-cost blocking Sabo.
Yeah, as powerful as Moria is in this matchup, it almost feels like Sabo is the most important card because that's the card that not only protects your board, but also protects your life when you need it, as we see for Chris's side. If he didn't have that Sabo in play, he'd be in some big trouble.
Yeah, again, the 10-cost Kuzan out of hand, too. That's not going to be very relevant in this matchup. And looks like we're just going to go a large, I believe, 11, going to get the Sabo block, and then a big, I think, 10?
Yeah, should be
getting a
10.
2K.
Because our leader was 9K, it was just simply still 1 card. But 1 more card out of hand for Jackson, which you wouldn't want to see in these Black Mirror matches. Just getting as many cards out of your opponent's hand as possible before you go for the big game push.
Yeah, 10 Don now for Chris as he tries to find a way to combat against this this board.
Yeah, no, this is definitely like, if you had Moria, this is the turn you generally like to play it. We've seen 3 go to the bottom with all the searches that we've done, so there's 1 hanging out or somewhere before we get the rotation back in.
And I didn't catch what was in his hand either.
I don't think I saw it, but I could be wrong.
I don't think I saw it either, yeah. But
I think I saw like a
we'll see.
5-drop Luffy and then a bunch of babies and 2Ks, I think, is what Chris's
Right.
hand's looking like to me.
That's what it seems like. Okay, 2 down on Luffy to start off the turn. We're activating the ability. Seems that way. Wants to take a look at the trash on the other side first. I think that's probably wise. See what your opponent has access to.
Yeah,
Like we said before, the trash is really a second hand in this matchup.
Yeah, just being able to recycle your resources is what makes the black deck so powerful, no matter what kind of extra color you're throwing in there. Having the added benefit of being a defensive with your babies into your 5-drops is really strong.
Yeah, I also want to mention, like, this obviously is a matchup where you want to go second, but it's not you're out if you're not going second. There's a lot of still sequencing you have to do, and if you don't see your pieces, you still kind of stumble sometimes.
Right.
I would say I think what Jackson did, because he knew he went first, was really prioritize keeping the cards in hand as long as possible, not blocking any attacks with counter, just making sure that once we got to this point, he had more cards in hand than Chris did, because Chris was digging through his deck, playing everything he could just to get his combos established, because you're right, going second, you have this really powerful curve, but you have to play into it.
Yeah, but if Chris isn't able to drop an 8-drop Moria this turn and Jackson is on the response, I think it's going to be swinging to Jackson's side on the advantage.
Yeah, probably. He's going to go into, looks like he was going after the ace. Hard to tell if he pointed the ace or the leader there.
Is that the leader? So
Leader, okay, yeah.
9
I see
on
it now,
9,
yeah.
yeah.
Yep. Looks like a Luffy and a Sabo in the trash for, not trash, and the life for Chris to evolve later. Or just play.
All right, so even though we don't have Moria, we luckily do have the 2 drops that we needed for this situation. So we're going to use that to, again, go into Sabo, get the rotation with it. Oh, a second one. Interesting.
Huh. We've got twins.
Yeah, so I actually like this play. So the reason we did it in this way is we used all of our Dawn. It didn't matter the extra 2 Dawn that we put to our leader, I think, for this attack. The 5-drop's going to be able to protect the 2-drop, which means that next turn we're going to be able to get the rotation a lot easier without having to invest the Dawn.
The thing that I do want to take note of, though, is that Chris's hand is now just 3 cards. That's the one bad thing about not drawing Moria to use your baby brothers, is that they have to come from your hand, and that means you're just spending so much that you could be using to actually keep up defense.
Yeah, meanwhile, Jackson has, looks like 7 or 8 cards in hand, so
Yeah.
again, if he has Moria and Chris does not, I think it's going to be really heavily favored to Jackson.
Well, he's kind of in a position where he needs to rebuild that board at this time, too. So if you don't have Moria, you're in trouble.
And it's looking like Jackson's playing as if he does not have it, because it feels like the first play you'd go for, right? Just 2 down on Luffy, play the Moria, and then go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd think so. Well, there's 8, there's 10. What's it going to be?
Hey, if I don't see Moria, I'm happy if my opponent also doesn't see it, right? That's it evens out the game pretty quickly.
It could be, too, that Jackson realizes he has 3 attacks and Chris only has the blocker Sabo and 3 cards in hand. He could just see a line here to go for game, potentially.
There's only 1 blocker. How many cards do we have in Chris's hand?
3.
3? Oh, yeah. I mean, we see Jackson counting out the Dawn again. You do have to wonder a little bit.
Like, 9K is a really tough number to hit through, but if you go 9, 9, and then I think, what would you have, like 10 left
9,
over?
9, 10, yeah. So it would get all 3 cards out of hand, but not guaranteed. And
safer play, though.
Safer play.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jackson's like, I could do that, or I could just play Moria. That seems pretty good, too.
Yeah, you definitely want to do that if you the choice between enormous risk for potential win versus safe play to grab the Moria. It's going to be the Sabo, going to be a Garp as well.
Oh, this is interesting, though. So normally you go for the double 2-drop, but not having the one you need is going to be a little bit tricky. I think that Jackson's been missing out on one. So that does mean you're going to be a 7K leader with 1 life, which is fine, but definitely not the 9K leader that we're used to.
It's been slow going for Jackson on that side so far. But, you know, like you mentioned earlier, this deck is so explosive that just because the last 2-3 turns have been a little bit on the slow side doesn't mean it's going to keep going that way.
Yep, so we've got a 7K leader from Jackson. It's going to be a 9K with the 2 extra Dawn on the offense. So get a card out of Chris's hand, but Jackson could not have enough defenses for this next turn.
It is worth noting as well that I believe that rested Monkey D. Luffy on Chris's side is currently 8K, so it will not be pressured down by the Ace or the Sabo no matter what happens.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, if Jackson was able to be a 9K with 0 life, I think it would be a better spot, especially since we have 2 of these Luffys that are going to be 8Ks. The 5-drop Sabo that's a 6K, there's going to be a lot of pressure from Chris this turn.
And so that was just a past turn. No attacks from Jackson's side that I saw going on, and just wanting to establish the board here. Chris now just counting things up as Jackson takes a look at it as trash, just kind of deciding, all right, now is there a way for me to possibly get through?
Yeah, and again, if as a 7K leader, there's a lot of scary attacks on that other side that you have to be really cognizant of.
And here we can see that establishment of the 2-drop Sabo from Chris's last turn actually be really valuable for him here, because now he'll be able to have 10 Dawn and still proc his Monkey D. Luffy ability and get potentially full value from it. Pretty cool.
Yeah, essentially he banked an extra 2K from last turn to be able to use it this turn.
Right. It's kind of funny in a way that we look at this match and we're like, oh, his leader's only 7K this turn. You know, it's that's dangerous.
Only 7K until the end of my opponent's next turn. Yeah, oh my goodness. Not enough.
Weak. We're at that point again where you really got to take the extra second or two to do the math for this.
Yeah, and I know like mirror matches are sometimes it's a grind or really linear, but there's a lot of situations like this where it's really interesting, right? Like there's a lot of value back and forth. Neither of these players saw their best cards at the right time, and having to try to make the best of the situation is really, really interesting. So currently it's 9 against 7. You're going to have to do a 2K, 1K to get out of it. We could put the Monkey D. Luffy to the bottom of our life, or from our life to the bottom of our deck, or block with Sabo.
Yeah, the one place you don't want your cards to go is the bottom of the deck, because that's the only thing you can't get them out of. If they're in hand or in trash or in life, you always have access to them.
It's funny, I talked earlier about like getting to that second cycle, maybe seeing those Morias again, and we have a shot. I mean, then again, the game could end in like a turn, but we could also just see sort of stalemate for a little while.
Yeah, I think Chris is deciding likely that he has to try to win this turn, and it's going to be hard to defend on this next with cards in hand. So
You'd think so.
But we get so much pressure without even any Dawn investment right now that we could pretend we have that 8 set aside, that we do have Mori to go into next.
How many cards does Jackson have left in his hand after countering out, like 4 or 3?
Looks like he's got, I think 4, yeah, 4 or 3. I think he went down to 3 now.
Okay.
All right.
leader ability, going to be placing 2 cards in the life. We have the 5-drop Sabo, probably to play off of our baby Sabo, and a Rocket Luffy.
Ooh, okay, so maybe finding a little bit of an opportunity for removal here a little bit later in the turn.
Ending on 1 life plus 2 blockers established could be more than enough to protect Chris until the next turn, despite his hand size being low. So that may be what he's trying to go for.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to play that Luffy out.
Yeah, and we are currently 7K base with 2, so this is 9 going at leader. This may be the last attack for the turn. Sabo can still attack one of them, but you might need it as a blocker. So again, a lot of decisions.
Watch this all just be one big bait before Chris attacks with Garp.
Garp could get in there.
Oh, wow.
All
I didn't mean to be that
all right.
psychic, but all right.
You said it, though.
What is that, 10K?
I believe it's another 9, because I believe it's 7 underneath it.
Oh, okay, perfect.
That is hilarious. We talked about it earlier in the game. Just put it all on Garp.
If Jackson blocks with Sabo, that means Grandpa did just teach him a little lesson right there.
It's a lore-appropriate attack. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Oh, man. What does Jackson do here? You still got the Sabo blocker, but it is a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, I think Chris did a really good job sequencing that turn, especially just not only the attacks, but making it seem like, oh, I'm out of attacks, and having that Garp swing, as Steven mentioned, is causing him a lot of trouble now.
There it is.
All right, yeah, counters out. Drops a flambe and a couple other things, and back over to Jackson, it looks like. So still alive, but down to 0 health still.
Yeah, the issue here, too, is that we're trying to win the game likely. 7K leader for Luffy on the right side with 1 life. They have 2 blockers up that can't be KO'd either. So, but only 2 cards in Chris's hand. So there is some moderate math you could do to see if you can get enough pressure, but it's going to be pretty tough. It's just going to be really, really close, I think, on advantage.
Yeah, Chris needs to draw Moria next turn, basically. He's been trying to
Right.
bide his time to get to the bottom of the deck, like Doa said, but has it been enough? Well, we'll find out now. Jackson swings with ace into leader, I'm assuming.
The hand size is concerning. That's going to be another life taken. Going to go to the bottom of the deck this time, of course, per the rules.
Per the rules.
Per the rules.
Right.
Yep.
This is likely going to get a Sabo blocker out of the way.
Yeah.
We're going to see a 7 from this one. Get a card out. 7 here. He's got the math. He knows it. And there it is. Jackson takes game 1.
That's right. So Jackson puts himself 1 game away from the grand finals here. It is a best of 3, so he has to win another one. Chris still with a chance to come back, but that is Jackson on the bubble to make his 2nd national finals in a row.
We saw Jackson yesterday win going first in the blue, in the black-yellow mirror, and coming from behind. We see him doing it again, but can he actually get that 2nd win he needs in this set of 3 to go on to the finals for a 2nd time in the One Piece card game?
Yeah, that's twice this calendar year, right? Because it was.
Yeah, well, it feels like last year, but,
Yeah.
but it was in January, so that's why we just say 2nd nationals in a row, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
But I think Chris still has a lot of chance for this one, too.
Oh, absolutely,
This
yeah.
matchup is such a grind. He's going to be able to likely try to go 2nd again and take it. And hopefully being able to see Moria this time will make it a little bit even between the 2.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing, is that, like, this is far from over, right? With a player like a Chris on the other side, with the matchup being what it is, the volatility of any mirror matchup in a card game, we could see a lot. And now, Chris gets to choose who goes first, who goes second. You'd imagine he's going to pick to go second here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, looks at our opening hands if you want to keep. And these are really big decisions. Chris not happy with it. Jackson either. We're going to try again.
I think when you're going first, the only card you're looking for is the 5-drop Luffy from the starter deck. You want to play that on 5 as quickly as you can.
Yeah. We did see Chris go second last game as well. So it's, I mean, there's always that case in point where, like, getting the turn you want to play your first turn doesn't always mean you have a massive, massive advantage. But, you really got to look back and think about what we talked about during that first game with the Morias, right? Where it came down to Jackson being the one to find them and play them out. And, Chris, unfortunately, bottom decking a lot of those with all the searching he did. Sure, he had 3 Garps early. He was able to really filter the deck and find the brothers stuff that he was looking for. But in the process, he put his end game on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
So that does happen sometimes. That is the threat that's there.
I'm thinking of somebody who once told me it's a bad thing to put your Gekko Morias in the bottom of the deck. I wonder who that might have been.
Yeah, it seems a little far-fetched at times, but we'll see what
sure.
these other 2 games are talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole new game. Again, it's a best of 3. You got to win 2 to make it through to the next round.
Something I'm really noticing between these two players playing is that both Jackson and Chris are taking a very aggressive approach, trying to get their opponent to 0 as quickly as possible, because that's when the deck is the most fragile, it feels like.
Yeah, Chris has no garbs this time around, no one-cost events. We're just going a quick 5, likely playing a Kuzan afterwards. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Looks good. Kuzan's a card that needs an answer. Otherwise, it's just going to cause absolute havoc for the rest of the game, being able to reduce the cost by 4 of something out there. And hey, answer a Kuzan with a Kuzan. Why not?
Yeah, literally a mirror match here.
Yeah.
I think I also see the Moria in hand already, so that's good for Chris for there. Yeah. And this is, again, like why I don't like the one-cost event as much, because you get so much hard draw. You can play Kuzan right now, which does help you draw cards into it. And again, 5-cost Sabo, draw 2, trash 2 is amazing in this game.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I feel like we saw the same thing yesterday in the other black-yellow Luffy mirror that Jackson played on stream. We saw the Kuzan into Kuzan. We see the removal now as well.
The really valuable thing about Kuzan is that even if your opponent does have an answer to it, you already drew 1 by playing it. So you're essentially going net 0 while your opponent is spending a card to get rid of it. We saw that really heavily impact the black Luffy mirror match.
Yeah, so for that last turn, Chris attacked with Kuzan, minus the other Kuzan by 4, played the 5-cost Luffy from OP07, is able to get the removal because he's at 2 or less life.
Yeah. All right, Jackson with some big decisions here. Decides to just go for the Sabo.
Go ahead and reduce his cost. You can't KO him anyway.
Yeah, why not?
And that's what the other thing about Kuzan, too, is if you're able to play it in 4, and then protect it afterwards, that Kuzan is a real threat afterwards.
Oh, totally, yeah. And he's going to attack it, yeah. And that's going to be Chris letting that one go, not wanting to dedicate any cards from hand to keep it alive. But it does eat up an attack, you know?
And it gives Chris more time to dig through his deck and stay protected with his life. Like, now would be a really good time to play the 5-drop Luffy that can take life and draw extra cards and give Chris so much advantage.
Yeah, currently pausing on 8 Dawn. Moria could do something here. You play a Kuzan, you draw a card, right? But value Moria is great, but I'm not sure it's what he's gonna commit to.
It'd be so fast though. And yeah, he goes for it. I mean, why not? I think it's exactly what you just said, Eggman, right? Where it's like you play the Moria, you get the Kuzan back, you draw a card, you get that big body established on the board. The 9K is something that Jackson's going to always need to be worried about from now on, where his Kuzan has been eliminated, and he's got another Kuzan to deal with. So I think that does put a lot of pressure on in a game where you really need it. Chris is down in this series. He needs to get back.
I know the hallmark bread and butter combo of Moria in this deck is on 10 Dawn, playing out 2 Baby Bros, playing out 2 5-drops, and getting a ton of value, but it's still Moria. He's still a 9K body that can still play something else. We've seen that be more than enough in every single game in this format.
And Jackson's definitely looking through hand. 1 card left in life, so this is always a decision. Do I want to go down to 0, commit to using my 2 drops to get up to a 9K leader again? I could get some removal off the Kuzan if I have my own cost of 5-cost Luffy. A lot of decisions.
The thought that might be going through Jackson's head is, if I do all that, the best case scenario is I give my opponent 2 free cards by bringing him down to 0. And so that feels a little off.
All right, another Kuzan, another Sabo. So about as defensive as it gets over on Jackson's side. But hey, when there's a Moria out there, why not?
Yeah, Jackson just recognizing that, well, maybe he could go for a big play like that, go down to 0. Chris will just come out the winner if that happens. So he's going for a more defensive play.
Yeah, this also just means that Chris kind of has to play Sabo next turn, which he probably wants to anyways. But if he doesn't, our 4-drop Kuzan would be able to get rid of the Gecko Moria and then use the Luffy again to get rid of it. So kind of asking to please play a Sabo this next turn.
That's the danger.
And now we're seeing more about how maybe other decks go about fighting against Black Yellow Luffy. Rather than just constantly aggressing them down to 0 as quickly as possible, you actually do not attack them. You actually leave them as high life as possible and make them bring themselves down to 0 while you prepare your board to go for game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, for instance, Nami does particularly well, right? You're just not going to attack into it, so they're going to have to be responsible for getting themselves in the position where their whole deck comes online, essentially. And you can use that a little bit in the mirror, which is what we're seeing Jackson try right now.
I do see Chris eyeing up those flambés in his hand, maybe considering going down to 0 of his own fruition, but that would turn off any Moria plays that he might want to do afterwards if he has it in hand.
I don't think that would be a bad idea. Just get a little bit of cycling. Again, it's on you if they won't attack you. But it doesn't really get the strength on your board up that much.
Yep. Yeah, because I don't think there's another 8-drop Moria in hand, so which is a bit of a danger of playing it out that last time because you don't have a follow-up one for it. Going down to 0 life is going to be a little bit costly, but you can do it and likely get the cycle you need. And then you also got to decide how much pressure you want to exert on this Luffy right now.
Something we could consider is we could do like some Hiyori shenanigans with the babies as well as Flambe to go down to 0 and then use our leader ability to go back up to 2 and then just pass. That maybe could be a thing Chris is thinking about, but I'm not sure how valuable that'd be for him in the long run because he wouldn't be at a 9K.
Yeah. Looks like 5 at life right now from Kuzan.
Yeah.
And you're sure tempted to block with that Sabo, right? It's calling for you, right?
Ooh, I think he countered out of that.
Yeah, it's probably a card that he wants to put back into his life anyway when he's at 0, so he'll probably just have had to put it from his hand anyway. Countering with it is no big deal.
And so Chris put in that position too where, all right, I will probably attack with the Moria, but then I put him down to 0. How do you build a board again that's going to be able to soak whatever they've got in mind for the next turn?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, we see the cards bouncing around. We do see like a 5-cost Luffy. I see like a 5-cost Sabo. I see like a 4-drop Kuzan. Again, like 2 life as a 5K leader is not terrible against this board that we're seeing, especially if we establish a Sabo. But again, like being at 2 life compared to 1 life is a lot rougher right now, which is really ironic.
I don't even think Chris is going to attack with this Moria anymore because Jackson did not. Oh, wait, never mind. Now that he's going for the Hiyori play, I think he will be choosing to go for the more aggressive line. And did he just grab a Moria off that Hiyori ability from life?
I believe he did, yeah. That's what it looks like.
Nice.
All right, so there's your second Moria.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so being able to find that next one, I think Chris is feeling a lot more confident now with these next couple turns. Being able to, somehow find that Luffy at the top of your face-down life.
What? It could have been anything. How was it Luffy?
Anything.
Magic.
And now is the decision. We could use Luffy effect to go down to 0 life and then use our leader effect to go back up to 2. But we're just going to play out the Sabo, be a little bit safe with it. We're going to be a 7K leader off the 2 cost and still be able to apply some pressure.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to keep you safe enough for the next turn.
If you're Chris, do you attack here with Luffy and Gecko, or do you just like pass it back to your opponent because you don't want to put them down to 0 voluntarily?
I think passing is the play. Yeah, and that is correct.
Nice.
All right. Deciding to play it a little bit safer. And Chris can't take any chances right now. Jackson, if he loses this game, he's still got one more chance. Chris, if this game doesn't go his way, he's out.
The big issue Jackson has here is unlike Chris, he has to commit cards from hand to get his last card out of life, whereas Chris already has the 5-drop Luffy established, and then next turn, we'll just take his last one without committing any cards or any Dawn, and then go for the big 10-drop Moria play combo.
Yeah, but we do have a 2-cost Hiyori in the trash for Jackson, so we could do something cute where like we play for 8, one of the Hiyori, put something in our life, and then we'd be able to put 2 back, so we could be a 7K leader with the Moria. But looks like he might not be walking down that avenue.
I don't think we have any baby brothers in Jackson's trash. That might not be the most valuable thing, right? Maybe the best we could do is play a Kuzan plus Hiyori, which is cool, but I'm not sure how much that does for you in the long run. Jackson feels like he's in a bit of a bind, but here we go. Kuzan swinging at life? May as well, right?
Yeah, Jesh is over on that side of the table. We'll see what the response is, and that might give us a bit of a clue.
Yeah, it could definitely be Kuzan versus Kuzan as well, 7-5.
I think that feels good to me because, again, it seems like it's more of a what do we do about the board turn than a what do we try to do to win the game turn as far as attacking life goes.
Yeah, it's more likely to force cards out of Chris's hand if he attacks Kuzan than if he were to attack life.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of Kuzans attacking Kuzans this game.
Yeah.
Chris taking a long time to think about this. Can't blame him. You've got the Sabo blocking potential. You've got the ability to just kind of let it go. We know he's got another Moria in his hand, so he could just bring it back again. He's actually going to counter out of that.
Yeah, so that doesn't mean it was at leader with the one Luffy out of hand, so did save it.
Right. Okay, back to the decision of Jackson Hong. What will it be?
Oh, do you know what? Chris probably wants to conserve the ability to draw more cards off of Luffy's ability on the following turn. He figured 1 card now for 2 cards later is perfectly fine for him.
It's a fair point. We've got the Don separated 7 and 3 on the Jackson side of the board. Or not 7 and 3. It's going to be 5 and 3.
Could
Math
be
is
like
hard.
a
Counting
like
is hard.
It is.
yeah, literally. Could be like another attack plus like a play of a Sabo if he has it in hand.
Yeah, I think that could be. Could be otherwise, you know, it could also just be deception as well, or it could just be the attack with the Luffy, yeah. Okay, going after that Kuzan yet again, and this time Chris is going to
Think about.
maybe let it go. He picked it up, and then he was like, oh, do I
He's like,
really
let me get
want to
another look
go?
at Kuzan. This is a really good card.
It's like it's a
I definitely thought a little bit harder.
lot of
this time.
power.
But the 5-up, I'm guessing another Sabo is likely coming down for Jackson. It would have been great to be able to play an 8-drop Moria this turn, but I think Sabo is a good backup, and yeah,
Oh, he
there
lets
it
it
is.
go. Yeah, and the Sabo does come down. 3 Sabos on the board right now for Jackson after Chris allows the Kuzan to be sent to the trash. Now, what's the response for Chris? I mean, you're not really gonna be able to get through these blockers immediately. So how do you sort of whittle down your opponent's side and set yourself up to win later? Is this another Moria turn, or do you think you just go wider than that?
So the issue with this Moria turn is that the Hiyori is on our field, right? If it's in our trash,
Sure.
we'd be set up to do so. But without that possibility, we likely would have to like go down to 0 manually and get that value there instead.
And then at that point, too, we would still have to get rid of one of our other characters that are already in play, which can sometimes feel a little minus, but with the amount of pressure you'll be getting as Chris this turn, I think it's more than worth it.
Just having 2 9Ks on the board, natural is a strong position to be in.
Ooh, and then we
Oh,
trashed
wow.
a Moria from the live using Luffy's ability. That's crazy. We had 2
Okay.
in our life this game.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Luffy there will be able to get that there. The other issue is that we don't have another 2-drop. So if we have another 2-drop that we can discard for our leader effect, then we are able to get a 9K leader with 2. But I think we only have the Luffy 2-drop in rotation. I haven't seen a 2-drop Sabo yet.
Yeah, true. Just a Luffy in the trash right now, too.
Yeah, this is definitely the long version of the black-yellow Luffy mirror that Doa was kind of mentioning at the beginning of this matchup. That totally could happen. We've seen oftentimes people take a more aggressive approach like Jackson, but at this stage of the game, the sustainability of these decks between their abilities to not be attacked by their opponent because it's too valuable for them to attack otherwise, and these sticky Sabo blockers is crazy.
Just going to start out with the search.
Probably
playing that
digging
guard.
for those babies like Hayden was talking about.
Is that another Moria
Yeah, that
he
is
just drew?
the
That is
fourth
the
one.
4th one. Wow.
So one on the
Okay.
bottom, one in trash, one on field, and one in hand.
That's strike
Morias
3.
need a talking to, man, and Chris's deck. They are not cooperated today. He did find the Sabo that he was looking for, at least. So that is a little bit of a silver lining to it.
There is probably a fear, if you're Chris, that if you play your Moria this turn, A, it won't be nearly as strong because now you're at 9 Dawn, but B, what if Jackson starts playing his, now you don't have one in response, would be pretty rough.
Yeah, and with all things considered equal, this matchup can definitely come down to who can take more advantage of the value from 8-drop Moria, and who gets to see it more. And so Chris is only likely seeing one more 8-drop hit the board this game. We don't know exactly what Jackson has in rotation.
So Rocket Luffy in the trash on top of, I would imagine, a Sabo? Yeah. Yep.
A little bit of shorthand there, but our leader's now a 7K. We're going to play the 2-drop Sabo over the Hiyori to get the Sabo out of her life. So our life is 0, and our leader's a 9K base with the extra 2 Dawn.
All right. So another blocker established for Chris, but still some attacking potential, too, here. Do you do a couple attacks and try to remove a Sabo or 2? Try to get him to block it out?
Yeah, if you don't start threatening life now as Chris, you're never going to get these Sabos off the board, and Jackson effectively has 6 life, if you want to think about that, as the game goes on, whereas Chris maybe has 3 now because of his 2 Sabo blockers. So, yeah, I definitely like the attacks here. First, we're starting with, what was that, 9? Now we're going 8 with Luffy.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the 4-drop Kuzan does not matter on this board. It being a 5K means that you have to put a lot of Dawn to pressure a 7 or 9K leader, and it's generally not worth it anymore.
Ooh,
right.
and there we see Chris attacking with his Sabo. That is the mark of a real Black Yellow Luffy player. That card can not only block, it can attack too, and it's super powerful whenever it does.
Yeah, that's going to mean 2K, 1K to get out of this one. Or sorry, 2Ks are the block, and 2K, 1K.
And I know you won't like this, Eggman, but Chris saved one Dawn up, I think, to activate a Bonds event card at the end of his turn here.
I do think that they are doing that.
There
Now
it
that
is.
all the Warriors are out of rotation, it's a
We're
safe card.
good. Now
okay,
it's
huh?
good.
Yeah. It helps you get back to that other Moria faster,
Yeah,
right?
sure,
yeah.
sure.
Yeah. That's definitely what it is.
Yeah, and finding another Sabo is definitely a good boon. Again, it's an important card in this matchup, and we're going to pass it back to Jackson.
Right. A very back and forth game, which is, what we expect out of this mirror match. Jackson again with all that Dawn in the world available. He's going to go ahead and go for the Gecko Moria, bring back the two brothers. This is a turn we kept talking about, right? You attach the 2 Dawn to Luffy as well. Now you're going to get all of that value. Luffy goes up to 9K, 11 with the 2 Dawn, I suppose. And you've got another couple 5Ks out there. Rocket Luffy, and it looks like it's going to be another, I would imagine, blocker Sabo over in the life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that could have been really useful for Jackson here is maybe having access to that 5-drop ace. This is usually the kind of board texture you want to have it on when your opponent only has access to essentially 1 blocker, and you have potentially 4 attacks now with that ace in play. But because his leader's at 9K, it's probably not going to be the most useful thing in the world for the mirror match.
Yep, again, the 10-drop Kuzan out of hand, not surprising. Very, very hard to play that card in this matchup. And a quick 11 into likely the Sabo blocker is going to block.
Sabo does not care what cost my cards are. They will always be protected.
All right, back over to Chris once more. The game is on the line right now. Both players with 0 life sitting there, but well-established board. Sabo's on both sides, Moria's on both sides. This is Black Yellow Luffy at its peak right now.
And I believe Chris expertly held on to his Moria from the last turn for exactly this moment as the response into Jackson's with his already established board that's going to be attacking in no time.
And publicly, it's the 3rd Moria in rotation, unknown to Jackson, the last one. He'll likely see it for this match. So
yeah.
If Jackson's able to successfully get more value from that's great, but only 4 cards in hand is really low in this point of the game.
Does make you a little bit concerned.
Sure does.
We're just using the Rocket Luffy, their ability to just KO itself and draw a card. No cards that we can actually remove due to Jackson's Sabo ability from the last turn.
Yeah, it's a little bit of desperation time right now for Chris, and he needs to win this game. He needs to win this game to stay in the series. This is a best of 3, but Chris finds himself 1 game down to Jackson, our runner-up from the last Nationals here in One Piece, looking to get back to the finals yet again.
All right, putting 2 underneath the leader, thinking on the discard. Yeah, counting cards on board as well. We do have a Sabo in rotation, and I do believe we have 1 2-drop Sabo and 1 2-drop Luffy in the trash for Chris right now.
Looks like he's asking Jackson how much of something is in the trash as Jackson goes through. And
yeah, I think Jackson has maybe only 1 2-drop Sabo as well, but maybe 2.
could be, yeah.
He definitely has 2 Luffys.
Oh, we're still just passing on playing Moria for this turn.
All right. I mean, is it a matter where Chris is saying, you know what, I just need to try to keep the board down. Jackson doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. Either he has to use some of those to keep himself alive, and then that's that much less he could play the next turn, or I just get to take some cards out and he has to rely on what he's got.
Yeah, a super awesome alternative to the Moria combo is just the I still have 1 life combo. But here we're just seeing Chris, I think, probably bolster his board with as many attackers as possible, so that way on the following turn, when Jackson does or does not do his big combo, he can just put all of his Dawn in play and go for game.
Yeah, Chris definitely does have more card advantage here, so can afford to make these turns and really pressure Jackson's lack of cards with only going to 5 with this next draw.
Yeah, Chris really playing this one out methodically, and if that pays off or not still kind of remains to be seen, but it is putting a little bit of pressure on to Jackson here in the later stages of the game.
As you mentioned, I think Chris saw that Jackson only has access to maybe one Sabo, and so clearing all those blockers now probably just opens him up on the next turn to go for game is what he's hoping for.
I think that's the plan.
And the one unfortunate thing, like we've mentioned time and time again here, is that when you do play Gecko Moria, you don't have any Dawn now to actually attack this gigantic 9K leader. So Chris knows, fine, Jackson, go ahead and do all that. That means I get another turn no matter what.
Now this could be going into the 5-8 Luffy as well, just a little bit harder to defend if you want to try to survive this next turn too, but likely going into the leader.
Could be.
Yeah, it's so funny when the magic numbers in One Piece stop being 7 and 9 and they become 11 and 13.
Right? I mean, this deck changes the math in the game, the basic math in the game so much, right? Because you've got, you know, a leader that's consistently even higher than a lot of the higher health leaders, right? Or not higher health leaders, higher power leaders, right?
Yeah.
We've seen some high ones in the past. Are you know, Red Purple Luffy, you know, Whitebeard, obviously 6K leaders, but now we're dealing with 7K, 9K leaders with this deck.
And we did find a second Moria for Jackson, so probably still the best card in this situation.
That works.
Ooh, automatically using the Rocket Luffy just to increase his hand size because he recognizes next turn I'm going to be attacked.
Yeah, and so we got a 9K leader, 11 with the 2 Dawn investment, and likely just going to go into another Sabo blocker before passing.
If I'm Chris, this is exactly what I wanted. 1 blocker, 0 life, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attackers that are all really prime, no matter how big your leader is.
All right, trying to counting something with the Dawn. Oh, getting rid of another Moria. Okay, I think that's fair. You likely won't have time to play it again next turn, so.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, Jackson is really good here at recognizing what his opponent's game plan is. He's trying to get rid of me. I need to do my best to survive, and then if I can come back on the crackback, maybe it's enough.
Oh, we're about to find out. 1 blocker on the side of Jackson right now. Chris with a couple, you know, with some opportunities for some really large attacks thrown his opponent's way, and with no health on the Jackson Hong side, it does get very concerning, I think. Chris has done his best to put himself in the you know, best possible spot to win this game and force a game 3.
Yeah, and again, like, Moria is like the easy play, right? Oh, that's what you always do in 10 Dawn, but it means that these Luffys aren't going to be able to apply any pressure. So I wouldn't be upset if you make these like 10K attacks. Jackson doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. Only 1 blocker, 0 life. A lot of pressure can be applied right here.
Yeah, do you just go for it this turn?
It'd be so tempting. It'd be so tempting. We're going to start with the easiest attack, though, which is the Moria 9 into 9.
Yeah, Chris's patience here has been more than seen. He's saved this Moria in his hand for the entire time this game. And I don't think he's still not going to use it. We're going to go 9 at leader again, just getting 1 card at a time here, making Jackson's hand as small as possible before he has to start really going in. We have an 11K attack here. I think this will force out the rest of Jackson's hand if it goes for it.
Yeah, because it's going to be a 2 and 1 to get out.
You know, or you block with that Sabo, but you know,
yeah, just open it up.
Yeah.
I think Jackson has 1 card left now.
Okay.
All right. Also
Dawn.
discarding a Moria.
Is there an ace anywhere?
I'm
don't
not sure
think
if Chris
so.
plays it. I know
Yeah.
Jackson does.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think I'd seen it in Chris's deck, but this is one of those moments where it's like, I could use an ace, but he might just have enough regardless.
Yep, and Jackson is priming to block with this Sabo here.
Yeah, you gotta.
And this is going to be it. Jackson's likely last turn. 2 cards in hand. We got some Morias. We're just going to do the good numbers, 11 into 9.
It looks like Chris has 4 2Ks in his hand, which I think is more than enough to maybe stop whatever Jackson's trying to do here.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really close.
Yeah, we'll see. Just so 2 blockers.
Chris doing a really good job of just starving Jackson of as many resources as possible that he needs to actually pressure him back. There we just see the 9 going at Chris. This feels like a really easy counter to me.
Yeah, 8 Dawn left. Again, a 2K out. Using leader effect.
A monkey and an ace.
There we see the ace 2 drop
Yeah.
coming down, getting that rush attacker. That could be the extra attack that Chris has not taken into consideration. There we
could
have
be.
10 going at life.
I mean, again, it's huge because we see that ace get cut from some red, black, purple Luffy list, but it looks like in this particular case, that may have done the trick.
Yep, double blockers helped us get to the hand we needed on that defense, and we're going to game number 3 here.
Yeah. Wow.
Something to note about this Game 3 is that for the first time ever on stream, Jackson will have the choice of going first or second in the black-yellow Luffy mirror. We've seen how good he is at clawing back his way into winning in games going first. Let's see how well he can do if he chooses the optimal turn of going second.
That was crazy. Jackson was so close to closing out that game, but just couldn't quite get over the finish line with too many blockers on the other side.
Yeah, one more factor that we haven't really talked about, too, is this is a timed match. We have 60 minutes before getting into overtime. We don't know exactly how much time's left in the round, but can't be more than 15 minutes.
I was going to say, yeah, that second game took what felt like forever. So we know, I mean, just look at the speed that Jackson is going through his setup stuff with. We know these players are on the clock. They got to go in a hurry. A little bit of stress on the face of Jackson Hong there. But it's anybody's game. Two great Starter 13 Luffy players here in front of us. A friendly fist bump to start it off. This game will decide which one of these two players goes to the grand finals here at the One Piece Nationals.
Both players love their opening hands. I don't think either one of them mulligan. They're both ready to go. Chris is starting his turns. They're already in his second turn. He's swinging 7 at life, and then boom.
It's like they took 2 turns between the camera shot transition. Like they're moving at light speed.
Both players realize the time that Hayden was just talking about. They know they've got to go, go, go if they want to win, win, win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different skill set you're testing right now, too, because when you don't have time to think through all your turns quite as much, you know, you're a little bit more prone to mistakes. You're a little bit more prone to those tiny little unforced errors. So it's like, who can play cleaner at speed now is what we're looking at with this game.
100%. And looks like we've got a really good start from Jackson, having the Garp on 1, Kuzan on 2, going down to 2 life already. And let's see if Chris has a 5 cost to play on this turn.
He does have a 5 cost, but it's the 5 cost Sabo, getting him 1 card deeper into his life and getting rid of that 4-drop Kuzan, which is a huge threat.
Ironically, hitting the finger pistol, though, which would have done the same thing if hit off life. But, you know, it got the job done.
Exactly. One way or another.
Finger pistol's not a body that stays in play.
Sure, that's true.
Chris is still, I think, really happy about this, but it is funny that it was there.
All right. Got the first couple turns out of the way. Jackson still has to move fast, playing the Rocket Luffy from hand.
And deciding not to use it for anything, I think that's fair. We're down to 2 life, so we could have gotten a draw, but making it so they have to go down to 0 themselves is, I think, a really good skill for this matchup.
Yeah, as we saw in the last match, choosing to go to 0 and being forced to go to 0 are 2 very different things.
Not the life taken.
Oh my
there's
goodness.
the finger pistol.
This is a mirror match of mirror matches here.
Wow.
Their life is now mimicking each other. That was huge for Jackson, getting rid of that threat of Sabo that might have pressured him to go down to 0 this turn.
Yeah, very, very
That
strong
is
card.
crazy. Yeah.
A really cool inclusion to see ever since it came out in EB01, I believe.
Yeah, since Red Purple Law's not around, we are able to play some slower cards like that, and did get a big benefit.
Uh-oh, and I think Chris has accidentally committed the wrong card from hand, but I think they meant to play Sabo. Oh, no, they're playing the 2-drop, and then they're playing 5 for Sabo. Okay, great.
Yeah.
He got a little ahead of himself, and Jackson was like, that's the 2-drop Luffy.
Well, like I said, playing at speed. It's a whole different skill set, seriously. But you have the blocker established. That Monkey D. Luffy looks a little bit vulnerable out there, but we'll see if it can get converted later.
Yeah, well, luckily it does have the protection of its brother Sabo, right?
True.
So being able to have that on board is nice. We're going to play the Flampe here. I think this is the first Flampe we've seen all match.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first one played. We've seen a couple of them hit the trash, but yeah, first one played.
Yeah, and actually, we've seen this a lot from Chris, you know, playing the Monkey D. Luffy or the Baby Bros out beforehand and sort of banking that power for the next turn. Seems really powerful, I think. Lets him commit less from his hand turn by turn, but still get the same amount of value, if not potentially more, if other combos can come into play.
Yeah, but this is also a situation that if Jackson has the ace, he can put a lot of pressure down for free just by playing it.
Last life taken by Chris. Last life for the moment anyway, with the way this deck operates, but it is another successful attack going through for Jackson.
I do see the 2-drop Baby Ace in hand, so maybe he's eyeing up that play here now with his leader ability to set up his life. But not playing a Sabo, I think, would be a big mistake.
Yeah, you definitely need to try to establish that.
Yeah.
And I think Jackson's goal here might be to stay at 1 life potentially as we pass back to Chris here and only be a 7K leader. But that could be a bit risky because Chris did bank that extra power from the 2-drop Monkey D. Luffy last turn.
Throws a Garp out there too. A little bit of searching.
Oh, but Jackson's going to be doing the same thing. So play 2 2-drop Sabos. The 5-drop's going to protect the other 2-drop. You're going to get the cycle there. We're going to be a 9K leader, and we're going to press some advantage here.
Yeah, trying his best. Again, now this needs to be answered either by the blocker or cards from hand. It's going to be the Sabo blocker that Chris elects to use. Would have been a lot of cards from hand otherwise, so.
Oh, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but this is the nice spot. So Jackson's going to be able to get to 10 first. If he has Moria, it's going to be a lot of advantage going his way. Chris is going to immediately put 2 underneath his leader, and likely going to put 2 cards back into their life.
Both players, I think, have a pretty equal number of cards in hand, and their boards are pretty comparable to each other right now as well. So it should be really exciting to see how this game shapes up. I wonder how much time is on the clock for these players.
Yeah, we've got to be getting close now, for sure. Chris making some choices. Going through his hand and grabbing a. Didn't quite see what that was, but he's got the baby Sabo there, as we can see, as we could just peek into the hand there. And it looks like it's going to be Sabo Luffy going to the life. Yep. All right, so that may be what we're looking at playing this turn too. We know we've already got the 2-cost Luffy on the board, so why not?
Ooh, starting with the Sabo here, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a little bit surprised by that?
Yeah, I think the sequencing's a little bit off. If you already had the 2-drop Luffy, you should have likely done it the other order.
Yeah, you probably do want the protection on that Luffy as well. It won't have it if it's played now. Maybe impactful, maybe not. Either way, it might be a consequence of playing a little bit quick. Otherwise, it might have just been Chris's plan.
Yeah, I think maybe he's going to try to stay at 1 life, maybe at the end of this combo, and just try to make sure he has as much time as possible to play his Moria in response to Jackson's on the next turn.
Yeah, playing a second Sabo. Okay, so that is the plan. So just leaving the Luffy in life. I think that's a good heads-up play just to keep a little bit safer. It was the 2 Sabos being on the board that helped him get through the last game, so establishing that board again. Familiar feeling?
Yeah, the kind of sweet spot for this deck is you want to be able to be a 9K leader with 1 life left. That helps you out quite a lot, and but it looks like he just decided not to attack, which I find a little bit interesting. Could have pressured down, but there's our first Moria there, and I think we're going to be able to end on the turn as expected, where we are going to be a 9K leader with that extra life.
And establishing a Kuzan as well for an extra draw from Jackson here is really premium, I think. Yes, and here we see Jackson just always prioritizing having as many cards in his hand as possible in this matchup. That's how you win these Black Mirror matches, pure card advantage.
And do we have another 5-drop Sabo? We do. Okay, I wasn't sure. I was thinking he was digging for it, but was able to find it. So we are a 9K leader, 2 Sabo blockers, both active. Big 9K at the leader, or sorry, 11K at the leader, which is only a 7K currently.
There we see the block from Chris.
It's going to claim a Sabo and send it back over to Chris as his turn. So it's a Sabo arms race between these 2 players here. And for the moment, anyway, Jackson has the edge in a Sabo count. Here comes another Luffy, going to use that ability, it looks like, right away, too.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be the very identical play if we can get it to work out. So being a 9K leader, 1 life, very viable here for Chris.
The big difference is that Chris gets to end his turn with the 5-drop Luffy from the starter deck in play versus having to continuously cycle the 5-drop Rocket Luffy from OPO7. Jackson does not seem to have access to the Luffy that can become an AK attacker, which is an amazing attacker for this matchup.
Yeah, but only if you're done with your Morias, right? And unless you can invest some Dana onto it.
Speaking of Moria.
Yeah, and so we definitely need like a Moria counter for these kind of matches.
We need a Sabo counter, we need a Moria counter, we need a time counter. Need a lot of stuff. Goodbye, Garp. Kuzan is replacing you. And another Sabo. Welcome back.
Now, this is how you mirror match right here, folks. Exactly the same turn as last time, but just a little bit bigger, demanding a little bit of an answer from Jackson. Jackson immediately starts his turn drawing, attacking 9K into Moria. Sorry, with Moria into Luffy leader, and then we see another 8-drop Moria coming down. That's 3 this game alone.
Well, blink and you miss it at the end of that last turn. Chris attacked in and cost a Sabo on Jackson's side. Again, these players have to play so fast right now because we are under time limit for the semifinals.
Yeah, this is definitely where I would say, hey, just trust me. Like this is my end board's going to be this. I'm going to cycle a couple times.
Yeah,
we want to finish this game, right?
This is like the last deck in the world I'd want to be pressured to play quickly, though. I gotta say, like this is truly a display of skill to be able to navigate the turns with this deck, sequencing wise, doing it correctly with limited time.
Yeah, and we're looking at Chris's hand. I don't immediately see an 8-drop Sabo, which is going to be really tricky to get value from here. And a little bit behind on cards too. So going to be able to play the Luffy for 2, make that an 8K, attack into the Sabo that attacked. Sorry, that was played off. Ooh. Okay, yeah. Okay, they're good. They're good.
It wasn't he wasn't allowed to make that target anyway. They're reversing back to the game state where it's corrected. Makes sense because the Sabo should not have been rested in the first place.
Yeah. So instead, valuing that draw in case we got something nice.
We should have that 5-drop Luffy in live.
So they rewound it to where we use the 5-drop effect just to get the draw instead of using it to play the 2-drop out.
Beautiful, beautiful.
All right. Again, playing at speed. Things are going to get a little bit funky sometimes.
Yeah, it's like you said. It's more valuable for Chris just to get that extra draw than it is to actually establish a 2-drop from hand. He's actually losing cards that way.
Yeah, especially if that top deck was an 8-drop Moria, it would have been huge. Oh, you know, if you play that card, presenting a Moria to the bottom.
Yeah, for sure.
So there we see Chris cycling
what
with the
if
Rocket Luffy.
Yep.
There's another 8-drop, just 1 card too late.
Yeah, Chris missing the Moria on this turn in response to Jackson's could be enough to actually seal the game for Jackson's side. But it looks like Chris is doing a good job trying to establish his advantage no matter what.
Yeah, it's not over yet, but we are rapidly reaching the conclusion here of this best of 3.
Ooh, and
Another
there's a
garb
Sabo
search.
for the
Oh,
garb.
wow.
Yeah.
That is
on the
massive.
5th
Yeah.
one. Huge,
Amazing.
huge.
Yeah. Absolutely massive to find that. Establish another second Sabo.
Get that 9K leader that you need for your opponent's next turn. And now we're going to be swinging, what is that, 12? No, 11 into leader? Sorry, into Moria.
11, you're 11 leader.
Is that the case? Yes, Sabo blocks anyway. Another attack into the Gecko Moria.
0 life though, and Chris is a currently 9K leader. Is that correct?
Yes. I believe we, no, actually, I think he's just 7, right? No, because we used Baby Luffy to go into Rocket Luffy, got rid of it, and then
Right,
we
and
go
then
to
Sabo
yes,
as well.
yes,
Yeah,
So we are 9.
It should be 9, yeah. Should be 9K on Chris's side, yeah.
I was like, oh no, we actually reversed that, so never mind. No, we did do it eventually.
Just speed cast, too.
Yeah.
Literally.
It's not easier.
2, 4, 6, 7 is.
All right, get the block there. Get the draw with Luffy. Do we have another Moria? I think I saw one from Jackson.
This would be the 4th one of the game and the 3rd one from Jackson, and there it is.
There it is.
Woo.
But he has
Third
to-
Moria.
He has to maybe replace one of his existing Morias or the Sabo.
Yeah, Sabo. Well, you're going to be a 9K with 1 life. 1 blocker is going to be good enough for that.
I agree.
You would hope
Unworried.
so. You would hope so.
Oh, there's
There
the
we see
4th
Jackson
Moria.
discarding his 4th Moria. He's like, this card does not have counter power. We already have 3 in play. I will not need the 4th.
And that is exactly why the Sabo is just so strong in this matchup, because not only is it the protection, but it let you draw so many cards to be able to get to this spot.
All right, so yeah, the Sabo and the Luffy sent to life. Sabo coming out of life to replace the 2 costs. Going to be another big 9K attack, I believe. Or is that 7K this turn?
It was 11K
It's
with the 2
11.
11K.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 11K from Luffy coming in.
Luffy gets big.
Yeah, that's right. Going to take out the remaining Sabo for Chris. Saw Chris going to what could be his last turn with 3 Morias on the other side. Going to start out with a 9K attack from his own Moria here. Again, the turns that could determine who goes to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, Chris does have another Moria, but being able to not play it last turn is going to really hurt this time. And going to discard the 1-cost event and put 2 cards left in trash and play their 8-drop.
Yeah, Jackson having these 3 Morias already in play to attack Chris, no matter how strong his leader is huge.
Yeah, I got to bring back the 2 baby Sabos. 2 baby Sabos going to become 2 big Sabos in a hurry, it seems like. I don't think I've seen a board before with 5 Gecko Morias on it, but I'm ready for anything.
But here's the thing. I think we have perfect math to get out of this, right?
Maybe.
If everything's able to survive on board, we have 6 9K attacks, and they can only get out of 5 of them.
Yes, because we have the 2 blockers, plus we have, I believe, only a maximum of 4 cards in hand.
I think we have 3 cards in hand.
Yep, there
Yeah.
it is.
So I think with exact math, we can get there right now.
It
See if
seems like that's
Jackson
what
sees it.
Jackson's looking at. Yeah, does he see the math?
I mean, he got rid of his last Moria last turn, so I'm not sure what else he's going to do with all this Dom besides attack.
Right? Yeah. So how do we divide it up? Counting through, quick maths.
Yeah, you can also do. I think you just do 6 9s. I think you have enough Dawn for it, and that's the exact math for it. But it's so crucial right now, right?
Yeah.
It is so much pressure. You want to get to that final so bad.
This is the game. This is the match. This is the moment.
the reason why you don't want to commit anything more than 9K for any of your attacks is because essentially, if you have an attack that demands 2 cards, Chris can just block it instead and only lose 1 card out of the deal. But if you do 9,
Fair.
9, 9, 9, 9, you're always getting rid of 1, and Chris only has a total of 5.
Yep,
Very
9.
fair. Yeah, he sees it 9. I think he sees it.
Yeah, there it
9.
is. 2K out. Okay,
Yep.
I think he sees it.
Chris shaking his head. I think he knows what's coming now. There's going
And
to be
there he is. I think
another
Chris is just scooping
9.
it up.
And yeah, Chris
Yes, scooping
packing
it
it
up.
up already. That's it. The handshake, and Jackson Hong does it. He is once again going to the national finals for the 2nd time in a row. Runner-up last time in January. A chance to win it once again.
Wow. Just wow. And this also coming off of a 3rd place at the World Finals for One Piece earlier this year in March as well. Jackson is proving once again that he is one of the best players in the world at this card game.
Seriously, like this is just yet more proof that the best players will come back again and again. Jackson, I can't believe it. It's making 2nd finals in a row. That's huge. And 3rd at Worlds earlier this year. This has been a great year for him already.
Yeah, but also just amazing gameplay from Chris. He's going to be in our
Absolutely,
semifinals. He's going to have a shot at that 3rd place trophy too.
Yep.
And a heck of a game for both of them.
Yeah, Chris with at least a 4th place finish, top 4 in a tournament like this with so many skilled players. Absolutely no slouch in terms of results there as well. Looking forward to seeing what he can do a little bit later in the day. But man, I am sweating after that match.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
And I believe we are all waiting the results of the other top 4 match, but we know
That's
the
right.
2 matchups are either the Jewelry Bonner we saw earlier, piloted by David, and then I believe the other option is going to be a Reiju deck as well. So we could see either of those in the finals against Jackson Huang.
That's right. So, on that note, it is time to take one final break here from the One Piece stage here at Bandai Card Game Fest. We are going to be back with the grand finals for One Piece in just a moment, so do not go anywhere. It is going to be epic.
Timing couldn't be worse. Do you really think the Navy has the manpower to take on 2 legends at the same time?
launch boots. With me, of course, is Eggman and True Champion Steven. We have an incredible match lined up for you. It's another best of 3, of course, and it's going to be none other than our runner-up from last year, or it feels like last year, from January of this year, our last Card Fest. Jackson Hong on the black yellow Luffy, taking on none other than a Reiju player whose name I will find out very soon. I apologize for that. But either way, Reiju versus black yellow Luffy coming into this one. This, I feel like we're going to see a little bit quicker games than we did in the semifinal match.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned there, Eric. We have basically a run back for Jackson and him facing another challenger. Last time he was piloting black, blue Sakazuki into a yellow Enel deck piloted by the eventual winner of NA Finals, Giannis, and this time he's fighting against another deck that is, again, slightly different than his and might actually challenge him with the amount of aggression that Reiju has access to.
Yeah, and Jackson wanted the run back this last year. He got thirds at Worlds for One Piece, so getting that guaranteed ticket there, probably a good, breath of relief there, but still has one more match today. Let's see how he does for it too.
Yeah, consistently crushing it all year long, but you cannot underestimate the power of that blue-purple Reiju. Let's talk about our players a little bit more, though. Again, like we said, none other than Jackson Hong, second place at Bandai Card Fest in January, third place at the World Championships in Japan earlier this year, and now he finds himself in another finals, another chance to take it home at Nationals. And his opponent, of course, we have our Reiju. And you know what? It's going to be a crazy match because Reiju either destroys or it just kind of falls behind a little bit. It's a little feast or famine, but it is a fun deck to watch.
Yeah, it's essentially the spiritual successor of Red Purple Law in this brand new 7.5 format, as the community affectionately calls it. And you're right. If you can see your 2-card combos that lead into really powerful early turns, you can create so much pressure against this black-yellow Luffy that who cares if they have 10 Don Moria plays? They're already lost.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of back and forth. We'll have to see just how much aggression that Reiju is able to do early, and if Luffy's able to keep up with it and get on the defense.
Yeah, I feel like, too, Rage is one of those decks where you're not necessarily upset about going first, too, if it comes down to it, too. The Rage deck can perform very, very well with, like, a turn 1 stage, right? And then your 3-Don turn, you're playing Porsche, so it could be pretty decent. Kyoto, of course, is going to be our Reiju player. Of course, we saw him yesterday piloting this deck as well to great success. Can he do it again in this best of 3 versus one of North America's best?
You mentioned there that this is a best-of-3 finals match, and yesterday we did see Kyoto kind of have a struggle in the beginning of the game, sort of finding his pieces. Having that extra consistency of playing 3 games instead of just 1 could be huge for him in this matchup.
Yeah, Reiju's usually, fumbles just with how the consistency of the deck has to work and all the pieces that you have. 1 or 2 games in a Swiss tournament, you might lose and not find the pieces, but with 2 out of 3, you have some really good odds to find a lot of gas every time.
Yeah, we sort of have a duel of the combo decks here. That powerful black-yellow Luffy Baby plus Gecko Moria combo in the late game, and the really powerful 2-drop Vinsmoke Engine and Ichiji's and Porsches from the Reiju side.
It looks like it was a mulligan for Kai as well, which is this is a deck I feel like you mulligan a little bit more often than not because you're looking for very specific things early on. Like you said, you're looking for that stage. You're looking for some of those, smaller characters to play into the bigger ones. Ooh, that's a 4-cost Ichiji in the hand, too. That's something you always are happy to see early on. But let's see who ends up going first here as the players, again, ready.
And it does depend on your seed in Swiss. So whoever has the higher seed just gets to decide on going first or second. And I think both players do want to go second. Jackson has a better curve. And Key will probably recognize that and want to take it away from Jackson if he can.
I would imagine.
Here we're just, I guess, sort of figuring everything out. I wonder if players are asking all the questions they need before they officially get started. They have their hands they're going to play with, and they're feeling comfortable, I bet. They both deserve to be here.
That's right. 2 4-health leaders, too. Again, Reiju working with 1 less life, but, the amount of pressure you can put on your opponent early on, the speed at which you can win games definitely makes it appropriate for this deck, I got to say.
100%. And I also want to say a quick shout outs to production, especially on that last match, because Luffy really likes going to different amounts of life and being able to rotate through them. It takes a lot of work. It's very fast. And it looks like we're going to start off with our Reiju player going first, so Jackson's going to go second.
And there we see that Germa 66 event card coming out from Key. I haven't seen that card in a lot of Reiju decks, but whenever it is in there, it makes your deck that much more consistent.
It seems like a lot of times you'll run like 4 of the stage and 2 of the event just to give yourself a little bit of extra searching power. You don't need 8, but like 6 is a good number in there to make sure you can consistently find what you're looking for.
Yeah, I know I'm the one-cost event searcher hater, but that one I'll run a couple copies
It's
of.
good, and you know the thing is you can use it to search for the stage, which is exactly what Kai did in this particular case. Gonna find the 6-cost or the 5-cost Niji rather, to bring it to the hand.
I'm going to play Germa,
There's
discarding
stage.
it immediately.
Yeah, that was another German 66 event actually. So used to seeing the stage go down.
Yes.
Gonna find the little Niji, and you know what? If he can get that played next turn, that's something that can take out something like a 2-cost Luffy.
Yep, and so deciding, I think, if they want to play the Kaya for some more cycle right now, or just go the 6K. I think they're going to take the damage no matter what you do. So, but yeah, 6K going in.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually in Reiju, you don't want to be discarding your little versions of the Vinsmoke cards. You want to always keep those in hand so you
definitely
can
not.
continuously cycle. And right now, Kai's hand is just super stacked with those.
Yeah, the little ones are the ones that you want to keep in your hand, right? I mean, you can bring them back with the Sora. Of course, he does have a Sora in hand, but that's just like spending another Dawn to essentially play something that could have been cheaper from hand. So you want to avoid it if possible. Yeah, going to block it out with the 2K from Kaya, it looks like. That attack from Jackson's side, and there's a Garp for a little bit of searching.
Yep, getting the 5-cost Luffy. And the thing about this matchup, too, which I think Jackson's recognizing, Reiju has little to no removal, right? And even the removal is not super impactful. So being able to play these 2 drops earlier really helps you out a lot. And then also I think the 5-cost Luffy, when played next turn, can get a lot of value too.
Well, it's funny because Kai does have like some of the only removal the deck has, right? And the Niji, we know he's got access to playing that. That could take out, theoretically the Sabo just to prevent another blocker from coming in. But I'm curious to see what the turn is going to be. It looks like the attack with the Reiju initially. Yeah, there's the Niji. Gonna Don -1 to swap it out. And of course you get to draw the card off the leader ability too. It's just nice to keep the hand full.
And there we see a really cool interaction with all these Dawn minus effects. Even though we did technically begin the game with more Dawn than our opponent because we went second, we were able to Dawn minus first and then trigger the ability to actually check and see if we were equal or less.
Right. And so actually using the 4-cost Ichiji to pay for the stage here, you do have to trash a card to do that. And again, I don't think you do that if you didn't have the Sora in the hand, but since it's there, it's a little bit safer too. And you do get that chopper blocker out too. So that was a nice turn that Kai put together there.
Plus, how many Ichijis do you need in one game? I think 2 is more than enough for now.
All of them. All the Ichijis.
All right, we got another 6 that's going in, taking the damage, getting a Reiju 4-drop, which I think was needed, playing the Luffy and passing back.
Right, so just a little bit of stacking the board. There's the stage used yet again, trashing the Reiju from hand to find the big Ichiji. And, you could bring the little one back with the Sora this turn and play it. He's got some options here, but you've also got, send 5K in at lead first, see what's up, and then make that decision. No Porsches yet this game, though, so not able to build a big board quite as quick.
I think I also see a second copy of Tony Chopper in Kai's hand, which means he might have access to both an Ichiji and another Chopper to keep his Dawn nice and healthy throughout this game. Would be pretty cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing we didn't mention when he played the first Chopper is that if you have less Dawn than your opponent, you get to bring one back.
And then thinking about it, so it'd be 4 and then 2. Maybe thinking about attacking with the Niji first.
I definitely wouldn't mind that. No, go ahead and playing another Ichiji from hand. I guess he had a second one. I didn't notice that.
Dawn minus, and unfortunately the other one is in hand, so you don't get to play it from the trash, but you do get the draw.
If I'm Kai, do I want to put Jackson down to 0 as quickly as possible? Because that's essentially what attacking with Niji and Ichiji would do, because Jackson does have that access to 5-drop Luffy.
I think you have to go warp speed with this deck. I think you have to just go as hard as possible and realize you're never going to beat them once they get their Sabo set up, once they get their Moria turns going. So I think you just kind of need to go. But you know what? There's a reason why I'm here, and Kai's sitting in the chair playing the actual game. He just decides to pass it.
Yeah, but Kai's being able to stay at really healthy Dawn totals has been really helpful with these Tony Choppers. Means that he's potentially presenting a judge next turn, which can get a lot of value, and we'll see what happens.
That is interesting, is you do have the judge turn to think about, right? Where if you want to have like just a bigger, punchier turn where you're bringing back everything kind of at once.
Yeah,
you could go for that.
I know this format has kind of been really defined by the power of the removal in it, but when you play, I don't know, 4 different bodies in a single turn, I honestly don't think you care how much your opponent can remove when they're already so sticky anyway.
Right. Yeah, and then it makes your opponent less incentivized to attack into your stuff once it's rested anyway, too, because you know that Judge could just theoretically bring it all back again.
Yeah, once you go into the actual superpowered forms of these Vinsmoke cards, they almost are better on the field than in the trash, weirdly, because your opponent can just get more value out of their on-play effects if they're in the trash.
Right, so Finger Pistol taking down the Niji.
Yeah, we put him more into trash, unfortunately, but we have another one in rotation already. And playing the Kuzan means that we're going to have some good potential for some removal of these 7 drops on the next turn.
Yeah. And so, the other thing to think about, too, is that with Rages sometimes you get to these really low hand sizes, too.
But you kind of need that for the draw from the 4-drop as well.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
You do get to, this is going to get a lot of cards, I think.
Yeah, because essentially, like I've found that in my experience playing like Bonnie or other kind of similarly mid-range decks into Reiju, you almost have to race them, it feels like, because controlling their board is sometimes a net negative, because the cards they sacrifice from their hand to protect the board, they can just easily rebuild with this powerful 4-drop Reiju.
Yeah, exactly. So keep mulling over his options. A lot of Dawn to work with here.
That portion in his hand looks really appealing to me, I think.
Yeah, but you don't really have a lot of room left for that, unfortunately.
I mean, you could just kind of go for a larger attack with the Reiju, I suppose, here, too. You know, stage is always something that you are kind of incentivized to use earlier in the turn because it just helps shape the rest of your turn better. Nothing feels worse than using stage at the end and being like, oh, well, if I had had this. You know. Okay. 5K.
Yeah, I often see One Piece players choose to commit their Dawn at the very last minute. You know, they always just want to see how much value they can get just by poking, and then they'll go for the big, here's all the Dawn attach, get that guaranteed damage.
Yeah, Jackson taking it. He only had, I believe, 4 cards in hand, so not a lot for this moment since he's been really defensive on taking this life so far.
I think that's smart, though. I think Jackson's playing this out really well, right? Where it's like the longer you can make this game go, the better chance you're going to have as the black-yellow Luffy player.
There we see the Niji coming down. I believe that we'll be able to get rid of the Sabo, which will maybe take off some extra power that Jackson could have had on the next turn. Really big play right there.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, that's the thing about sending the higher cost Vinsmoke cards to the trash, is that the little ones can just keep bringing it back, right?
Yeah, really, both these decks are kind of doing a lot of the similar things, right? Putting cards in the trash, being able to recur them, going from the small bodies into the big bodies.
So trashing the Porsche this time to take a look at the top 3 cards in the deck, finds another 7-cost EGG. That's always something that you're going to be happy to see. He's got another 4-cost in his hand, too. So that is online if he wants it.
Yeah, I think this is. I think there's potential for Jackson to do a really nice Moria play now, though. We have a Flampe in trash. We can be a 7K with 1 life, get some good removal. We'll see what he's able to do, though.
Yeah, I think we see Key here sort of taking the idea of, oh, I'm not going to be playing Reiju as an aggro deck this game. I'm going to be playing it as an advantage deck this game. I can draw an extra card every single turn with my leader ability, and I do have access to that Reiju. Maybe I can actually keep up in terms of hand advantage with Jackson here and his powerful Moria plays and just sort of outgrind him.
Jackson's considering it right now. If you're able to get some removal too, I think the worst thing about this matchup for Reiju is that you make a lot of bodies, but they have a hard time attacking into a 7 or 9K leader without a lot of Dawn investment.
Yeah.
You essentially need 6 Dawn just to attack with an Ichiji and play it in the same turn.
Yep.
Yeah, as that board gets established, you can start to have those turns where you just simply attach a lot of Dawn and do things that way, but you got to get there first. And you know, again, it's dangerous to let the black-yellow Luffy survive too long, because then you see things like this happen. The Moria coming down already, and that board is about to get very terrifying on Jackson's side of things.
Yeah, but it looks like he's being a little bit cautious with it. You could play like the 1-drop Flampe, use the 5-drop effect and go down to 0 and then start up again, but looks like we're going to be searching for some pieces.
Yeah, it's kind of like I mentioned earlier. Like, even though you're not at 0 live and you can't get the big wombo combo, you're still playing Moria and adding, what, 2 more cards to your hand and 1 more card to your board that can be used later. Seems really powerful to me, and you're establishing that gigantic 9K body.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, 8-drop Moria was in the top 5, so that's the 3rd copy of the card. Pretty much out of rotation now. We did put a Luffy, though, at the top with the effect of our Hiyori. We're going to be able to use our Luffy effect to get rid of the HG and 7K into leader.
Yeah, I know we haven't seen it all weekend long, but that Rocket Luffy actually can KO other cards. It doesn't actually just draw you one. It actually also can KO anything 4 cost or less, which, thanks to the reduction from Kuzan, that ECG now was.
It is big. One of the choppers has to be thrown in front of the last attack here. Now back over to Key this turn. And yep, you've got the 7-cost EG to trash for the Kingdom of Germa stage. Let's see what he finds out of this.
That's
Yeah,
a
gonna
judge
find the
going to his
judge.
hand.
All right.
That was good timing for that card.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I have 9.
looks like you. Do you? I don't know.
I think
don't
we're
know
at
if this
9
is
Dawn right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you judge here, but the other turn options look a little bit less appealing.
So right now Jackson's at 7K leader with 1 life and no blockers up. So you could
Yeah.
apply some pressure right now.
Certainly could.
I don't think there's another Vinsmoke Reiju in the trash to recycle up right now either.
They're.
But we won't be able to go wide enough on board to put it back in the trash, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think you could. Yeah. With judge, oh yeah, for sure. There is just also the ECG in the hand, the 4-cost ECG in the hand. So, you don't necessarily need the judge either to bring back the 7-cost if you really want it.
Yeah, there's totally a world here where Key could go attack leader into Kuzan, then go give Dawn to Niji, attack with that, then play the ECG from hand.
Yeah, I mean, there's turns too where it's like, yeah, and it looks like it's not going to be a judge turn going a 9K at lead with the Niji. And you do get these turns too where it's like you have the judge, but it's like your trash really isn't set up very well for an effective judge turn. And you don't really want to play one where you only bring like half the stuff back, right?
And there we see Jackson countering out of the attack from Niji and letting the Kuzan get KO'd by the leader attack from Key.
So what's it going to be now? You've still got that Tony chopper protecting things too, which is nice to have. You don't really want to put your board in a position where you have to think about replacing that. And yeah, there's going to be the Niji. That seems like the logical way to go to do the dual things of a little bit of removal, a little bit of applying pressure. I like it.
And I believe Key just drew another copy of the 4-drop Vinsmoke Reiju, which would be super huge to have in rotation to just keep up the amount of cards he has in hand.
Yeah, you always want those like higher cost ones to feed to the stage every turn.
Oh, it looks like we've hit a trigger in life as well. Ooh. Considering it for Jackson.
Oh, that's going
nice.
to take out the Reiju.
Huge. That Rocket Luffy also has the ability to KO 4 costs or less in the life as well.
Interesting. So that's one last attack potentially for Key.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it could have done 2 7s, probably lining up to do that one.
Right. And
another
yeah,
chopper.
Play another Tony chopper. You get a Dawn back for this. Still put yourself in a good position to potentially judge next turn if you need to. At the same time, you're just a little bit safer too. And by the same token, it's nice for Reiju to stay a little bit higher in life too. That's kind of what gives you the luxury of having these big aggressive turns later in the game, is because you don't have to worry so much about just straight up dying in the crackback.
Yeah, I mean, like, if I'm reading this right, next turn Key will be able to go for a judge into into Ichiji plus Niji plus Vinsmoke Reiju, end his turn with like at least 5 cards in hand, and maybe still keep up a blocker while having maybe 2 life. That might be the worst case scenario for him.
Yeah, and I mean, the crazy thing, right, is you can attack with the Ichiji and then judge, replace the Ichiji with the little one, just cycle it back again and get another 7K. It's wild.
Yeah, Jackson seems almost priced out of trying to control Key's board here, but like you said, he has 2 blockers and plenty of life. I don't think he cares if he attacks life either.
Yeah, I think we're trying to figure out what's our best approach here, though. We could remove a blocker with having a potential Rocket Luffy. I don't think Jackson has another Moria online right now, which is a little bit rough for him. And we're going to decide, even if going for board is worth it right now.
We saw 2 of those Morias get sent to the bottom of the deck by some of the searching from Jackson a little bit earlier in the game. So we know the access to that powerful 9K is just a little bit lighter this game than I think he'd like.
All right, I believe we're going to use Luffy's effect here, so it's going to be a 8K right now.
Maybe Jackson just trying to figure out how much damage and or control he can do this turn while also maybe playing a Sabo for defense on his turn is probably the best way he's thinking. Obviously, he will probably be using leader ability this turn to increase his life and might just stay there. I'm not sure how many babies he can get away with playing this turn.
It looks like we've decided with an 8K into the Niji there, so 8 to 6, so either a blocker or 2 cards from hand.
That's right. And it is going to be the 2 cards from hand.
Yeah, you're really priced in as Reiju to sort of protect your cards in play because you can fill up your hand so easily in the deck. Drawing, what, 4 or 3 cards a turn is nuts.
Oh, yeah. Now you use the chopper to block the Gecko Moria. And, you know, we know, too, if there is indeed, and there's the second Moria, he found one, yeah.
Wow, he did have the second one in hand. And just trying to figure out if it was worth it maybe to try to go for anything else other than this.
I mean, that's big, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He was bluffing me and them. Like, I did not see it.
We didn't get many looks at Jackson's hand this turn, but that was lurking in there the entire time.
Is Jackson not going to go for a Sabo this turn?
Does he have a 5-drop in rotation right now? There is, yeah.
Right,
yeah.
there should be.
Yeah, but deciding to, I guess, get more value.
Is he maybe trying to, like, bait Key into going for game rather than going for a judge turn?
I think
it's going to Rocket Luffy for maybe removal, right? Yeah.
On the blocker, like we talked about earlier, yeah.
Right.
And then we're going in, that one we
that
just
was played this turn,
But 9 to 7.
That's the 9K attack you want. Yeah.
Multiple Morias. Gets confusing, right? But you know what? He might be okay with this because we know there's a judge in hand, so he could just bring everything back this turn. Is that going to be the play? 10 Dawn. Not something a Reiju player is used to having access to very often, but it does happen in some of these longer games.
Yeah, Jackson doesn't have a super big hand size, only 5 cards in hand right now.
Right.
And his leader's only 7K, I believe.
Yeah, which is important because these Ichis are going to be able to pressure those for free and no additional Dawn advantage.
I believe he does have another judge in hand. At least
I sure hope so.
I hope so, yeah. We've totally misread this. But I feel like if you were going to do that, this would be a turn. That said, is there a chance that with no blockers on the side of Jackson, he thinks he can maybe just go for game? Oh, he does have the second judge.
I mean, yeah, right now we have potentially, 12 and 12 really reliably, but in the 7, that requires probably 3 cards from Jackson. We have 1 life. Seems pretty difficult to guarantee both attacks going through.
Yeah, but at the same time, like the life you have, we're going to
well,
go for
it. Doesn't matter. We saw it happen last time. Maybe we can get there this time.
I mean, if you believe in the numbers, you believe.
What is this, 11 into 7?
I believe this is 11 into 7.
All right.
That's
Life
one
goes
life.
to the bottom as per the new game rules given by Monkey D. Luffy.
That's right, as per the rules. And what's it going to be? Just happy to take that life away. Is there a way? There's no way to get the Ichiji back. Just going to go for the Reiju for the draw. Okay.
I mean, there's a world where we just keep our hand nice and healthy, hang on to our judge for next turn, swing 8 at life, get more cards out of hand, and just go for game on the following turn.
You know, I guess so.
Yeah, that looks like what he's doing.
All right. Yeah, 8 to life. Just didn't think he had it this turn anyway, so it's going to be 2 more from hand.
But we don't have a 2K, so that's actually pretty big, getting the double rip there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Heck, there's a world where we could have asked for every single card out of a Jackson's hand there to stop the attack.
I mean, I got to say, Key with much more patience than I've ever had playing this game. But again, that's why he is there playing the game and why I am here on the desk talking about the game.
I actually love it when like Reiju players play a much slower game and they go for that really valuable judge turn that just wins the game on either that turn or the next turn. It's so powerful.
So let's review. The Jewelry Bonnie and Nami player telling me he likes it when the Reiju players play slower.
I have nothing nefarious going on, I promise.
Let's see. Big turn for Jackson here.
Yeah, Jackson, I mean, we've got a pretty substantial board, right? Only 3 cards left in life for Reiju, and I believe a hand of like 4 or 5. So there are numbers that could potentially win this here. He could be on the aggressive here. On the flip side, if he's able to clear board and maybe press for game more next turn, that could be really impactful. But he's on a thin line without any blockers really in rotation right now.
Really scary board though for Key to look at on the other side. Him having no blockers as well. And sure, you've got 3 health, but that could disappear very quickly with the board that Jackson is presenting.
It almost makes you wonder. I think Key is just saying, you better have your third Gecko Moria in a row, because otherwise I'm going for it next turn.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I think that really kind of, and he's blocking out, trying to keep the Niji alive. That feels very telling.
All right. Well, Dawn investment means, maybe, yes, definitely. Okay, 10 to 6.
You have 10 at Nietzsche
That'll
there.
definitely do it, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, did require the investment of multiple attacks here. 3 cards in hand for Key. Jackson with another swing here from the Kuzan, coming in for 9, it looks like. Or not 9, 8.
There's the 9.
Finds another little Niji.
All right. Oh, discarding Luffy. If we have Luffy and Sabo,
There is a Sabo going into
And
life.
we do, yeah.
There's the 2-drop Luffy coming from hand, recycling for Rocket Luffy, getting rid of Vinsmoke Reiju, drawing an extra card. Do we have a 2-drop Sabo to play from our hand?
There's 2.
We're playing 4.
There's a
one.
Sabo,
Yeah.
yeah.
That was for the, I think the 2 he played before was for the Luffy he just played.
yeah.
Got a little ahead of himself there.
Either way, the Sabo does come out, so that is another strong blocker on the board for Jackson here.
And only thing is, I think he's maybe not attacking because there could be something in life that's a little bit not common, but can be in life and get rid of that Sabo. But we're just gonna go for it, big 11, and yeah, save that Sabo is safe.
All right, let's see Key. This is maybe his master plan all along to go for game here. Let's see what it could be.
Yeah, let's find out. I mean, it's got to be Judge, right?
It's either Judge or a fancy Ichi play. We do
Yeah.
have the full 10 Dawn, which is really nice. Yeah, we do have the Ichi.
Oh, okay, here we go, yeah.
We're going to be able to get 2 larger attacks with leader and this.
True,
we
true.
do have to make sure we have enough counter in our hand to get out of these. So I think we can make exactly 2 9s. If we have a 1K in our hand, yeah, that is it. And Jackson
And there
wins
it is.
game 1.
Key scooping after he saw that counter go down. Jackson taking game 1. We're going on to game 2. I think maybe Key was thinking too much like Ishiji and saw red there on the turn before and decided not to go for any advantage plays, and maybe that bit him in the butt towards the end there.
It may be a little bit. It's hard to say, right? I mean, it's such a touch and go game state, right? With the Reiju, where you have this choice between going very aggressive and kind of testing their hand, or the choice of just sort of building a board later and then trying to go for some sort of insurmountable advantage. But again, something like Black Yellow Luffy, that seems like such a big risk to take, right? The longer the game goes, the more they're going to get those Sabos cycling, the more they're going to get those big Gecko Moria turns. And, Jackson, though, it was a close affair, but Jackson taking game 1 and now putting himself 1 game away from being the national champion.
Yep, and it's looking really good for him, but he does still need to get there. And being able to not play second on the second game, I think is going to be really impactful too. And maybe something that Reiju's able to get a lot more advantage from doing.
Yeah.
And something that I think Key will try to keep in mind for these next 2 games here is kind of something that you mentioned before, which is like, yes, you have all these really powerful combos with Reiju and all these really powerful Vinsmoke cards, but that does decrease the amount of Dawn you have, and you need that Dawn to be able to hit this gigantic 9K leader. That might be his ultimate thought that we saw in game 1. He's like, yes, I can play Judge, but then the best I can do on my next turn is 2 9K attacks. That's not going to be enough anyway, so I may as well just go for a big attack now, get as many cards out of his hand as I possibly can, and then have the 3 bodies that I can put all 10 Dawn on and try to close out the game. So this needs to be the thing he's thinking about. How can I maximize my ability to outgrind him in the early game with my powerful early game effects and find that win, even though he's going to be a 9K leader?
A little bit of shuffling happening as we get into game number 2. We'll see if the players like their hands or not.
I don't see the staging Key's hand, so it's
Yeah.
almost always an auto for me, but he's keeping it.
Okay.
I think I saw Porsche there, which is a really powerful going second play for this deck.
For sure.
Yeah, I think there might have, and we'll see if he goes second here.
Ooh, and I just saw a flash of Pudding, which is a really powerful tech card that a lot of blue decks are now able to play in this format.
Pudding is huge. There's also the mini Reiju there as well, but you might just go ahead and swing this turn. We will find out.
Yeah, but it seems in game number 1, Jackson's really aware of the Pudding. He played around it, I think, for most of that last game. He'll likely do that for this one too. So It's going to be hard to get a lot of value from this pudding if Jax is able to continue to do that.
Yeah, just goes ahead and plays a 2-cost Reiju for this turn. At least establishing a body on the board, something to upgrade a little bit later if he's able to find the 4-cost.
Yeah, and this is another matchup where like both players, there's not a lot of removal. You can play your 2-drops really easily and get value from them later.
Yeah, exactly. You're not too worried about that going anywhere at this stage in the game.
There we see the event coming down, the Three Brothers Bond from Jackson, adding that Monkey D. Luffy 2-drop to his hand.
All right, just saying go. Go to life. And that's going to be one taken by Key. And here comes another little Luffy.
We're going to start our turn with a Germa 66 to look at the top 5.
All right, I'm liking this turn already.
Oh, narrowly getting something, a lot of non-targets. 2 Porsches going to the bottom.
And I think 2 Sanjis, right? Or at least 1.
Yeah, 1 Sanji. But we are able to, I think, do our Porsche combo here. Just know it's going to be tricky to follow up with another one.
It's seeming that way. A 5K attack first, but if he does have the Porsche in the hand, yeah, I'd imagine that would be it, right? Porsche into Ichiji.
I'm not sure if we have the Ichiji quite yet.
I thought he had a 7 in his hand, but I could be wrong. We'll find out. Grabs the chopper here.
Yeah, just like game 1, I see
he
a
doesn't have
lot
it. I'm
of the
wrong.
baby Vinsmokes in his hand, none of the big ones.
Yeah, and so you could still play the 4-cost right now, just not attack with it or do anything with it, and then play it and go into, like, you could attack with it first and then go into it next turn.
Yeah.
Are you worried about Rocket Luffy maybe, or no?
The temptation might be to go chopper too to get that Dawn back, but no, he's going to go for the Ichiji.
And we got the top deck.
And
Nice.
we drew off of Reiju the Ichiji, which now we can use Vinsmoke.
gotta
Ichiji's
do it right.
effect, because it's activate
Absolutely,
May. There it
yeah.
is. Getting that
That
extra
is
aggression
huge.
there. That's exactly what you want to see.
Wow.
But the Three Brothers Bond coming out from Jackson, that's going to give him some more consistency as he goes deeper into his deck here for his 3rd turn.
See, when I said he had it, I was looking into the future
You
a little
did.
bit.
You knew it was coming.
I did. I don't want to explain how I knew, but I just knew. I had a feeling.
Commentator blessing. There it is.
It's the Reiju player connection. Yep.
Well, Jackson's going to 7 Dawn now, 2 life, and again, there's a good amount of aggression on the Reiju side. So, only going to 5.
Yeah, normally I think this is going to be either a Sabo or a 5-drop Luffy turn. There it is. Just try to get more dig through his deck. Try to keep his hand total a little less, right? Because Sabo was technically a -1 when you played from hand. That way he's probably trying to play around pudding the best he can.
Yeah, I think that's smart. Nothing messes up your game quite like getting hit with pudding when you have a bunch of cards in hand, or even not necessarily much more than 5. Just having to shuffle your hand back in and draw a new one, you just never know what you're going to get.
Unless you're Hayden, and then you always draw them into Gecko Moria, right?
Yeah, that's the danger, right?
You
that is
just
the
draw
scary
one,
part
that's
about
it.
playing it. Yeah. All right.
Did Key get his Dawn for the turn?
He sure did.
He did. Yes. Welcome to playing Reiju. Yeah. Because he lost 2 last turn. One from Porsche, one from Ichiji.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It makes you think, doesn't it?
Gosh.
Yeah. We play lean with Reiju.
All right, starting on this 5, and this could be a bait for you to block with Sabo and then use the Ichiji effect to a new one to get rid of it.
Right. Right. I think that's exactly what it is. Yeah. So you're like, oh hey, oops, I guess your Sabo could block for free. Oh hey, what? Guess what? Now it's minus 2k power.
Yeah.
All right. Porsche, he's really trying. It's another 5k swing.
Want to
Hey,
see me attack for 5?
if
Want
if
to see
you're
me
not-
do it again?
Yeah, if you're not blocking the 5k swings, just keep making them go. Get a couple cards from hand. Jackson has to know though. Yeah, he's countering out.
Yeah.
Play the chopper, get a Dawn back. And 2 for another chopper, get another Dawn back. Why
There,
not? Yeah.
Just like how you knew he was going to draw to Ichiji that turn, I knew he was going to go to 6 this turn. And I was like,
you
wait
knew
a
he
second.
would be at the right Dawn at the end of the turn.
Hold
yeah.
on a minute.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
I'm just over here knowing nothing. Just
I'm glad you're here to learn from us.
yeah. Are using the 1-cost event looking top 5. Sabo's always a nice pick off this one.
That is a good one. One of the few cards that can actually search for Sabo in the entire game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at those.
Triple Moria in
okay.
hand. Oh
All right.
my goodness.
Preview of what's to come here. Another
Yeah.
Sabo for now.
Wouldn't be surprised to see him discard one. I think he just drew his fourth one.
Yeah,
he
I think,
discards two of them.
2 of them.
All right. Well, that's got to tell Key he's got another 1 or 2 in his hand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've talked to Jackson before, and he's like, if I see 4 of these Morias, like I want to see 1. If I see 4, I'm in trouble. It is really, really tough sometimes.
You know, sure, you say that, but then he won a game with 3 Morias on the field,
Sure.
just like not even 30 minutes ago.
Yeah,
so.
but that's not 4. That's
Oh, okay, I see. 3 is less than 4. Good point.
All right, we got the full 8. So technically, Judge could come down this turn. We don't really have a great setup for it, but
Yeah,
we're going to
it's
start
not
off with
a-
a 5.
Yeah, I mean, you could do a funky play like ETG attack, Judge, replace with the small ETG, replay the big ETG. But that feels a bit convoluted. But then again, when in this game are you going to get a better time to establish a big body like that? That is something to consider too. But
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see it, especially because I don't think he has Judge in hand.
And again, Key's been a little bit unfortunate with this game just because we haven't had as much rotation. Our trash isn't really set up right now. We're still desperately looking for 4-cost Reiju as well, since that 2-drop's been sitting there all game.
All right, yeah, another 5K swing with the Porsche.
Yeah, I think Key this game has just been starved for those big bodies. We see no big Niji, we see no big Reijus. All we see is this one Ichiji that we drew last turn. A little unfortunate for his pressure.
Yeah. No stage as well makes it a little bit difficult. Games where you don't have the stage feel very different from the games where you do. You just go through your deck so much slower.
Yeah, and this is a rough move, but you don't have another HG in rotation, but you could play 2 bodies, including the 4-drop, put the 7-cost back into your trash and play it again.
Yeah.
It'd be another attack, you get a card draw, but it's very, very high resources.
Yeah, it's expensive, but you could do Sora, grab the ETG back, then small ETG over big one, replace the next turn, same thing.
Yeah.
Because you saw 5 on the board. So it's clunky, but in this situation, you can see Key really taking a lot of time to think about it. What are the other options?
Yeah, there's not a lot right now.
Yeah, but you do all that work, and the best thing you're going to do is bring your opponent down to 0 life, which, as
Yeah.
Black Hero Luffy, is well, thank you.
Oh, we're actually going to be attacking. Oh, it looks like a big 6 with this Reiju.
That's been in play
Okay.
since turn 1 for Key, and it's finally getting some value for him.
Yeah, I think a little bit of frustration for Key here, too. This is one of those games, this is one of the things that you have to, accept the reality of playing a Vince Milk Reiju, where you're just going to have some games where you don't see what you want to see. Mm-hmm. The deck can be incredibly explosive, but it can also be one of the more inconsistent decks in the format right now, too.
I got another 2K out of hand.
All right. Plays another HG here. A quick look at Jackson Hong's side of the table.
Looks like we're minusing just for the card draw because we do not have the 4-drop to play off of it.
I believe the Don Minus and the Send to Trash is all cost, so you can go ahead and do all of that without actually fully resolving the ability.
Oh, unfortunately, the top card of the deck was staged, so that if we were able to play that this turn, a huge amount of value, but just was
Yeah.
not able to.
That's rough. After seeing this turn too, Jackson's got to feel so good. He's like, all right, I feel like I'm very much in control of this game. Obviously, things can still get scary, but, playing Flampe, really deciding that he has the luxury to sort of do a little bit more digging.
What do you mean, Eric? Jackson's at 0 life and Key's at 3. How could he possibly be in a good position?
Well, I'd like you to take a look at the card text on Black Yellow Luffy.
All right.
Per the rules.
Oh, yeah. Per the rules. I like being at 0.
Doesn't
Yeah.
have to stay there, though. Hey, what do you know? Looks like 2 life now.
All right, we're going to be using the effect. We got Rocket Luffy coming on out. It's going to be able to likely get rid of either the Porsche or the 4-drop each, whichever one we feel is a little bit scarier.
Or the Chopper,
Or
give
the
me that
Chopper.
blocker, because I think we're going to
Yeah.
be doing some attacking this turn as Jackson.
Yeah, another Sabo on the board, and you've definitely got the opportunity now to send some pressure their way.
Yeah, my only thing about getting rid of the 7-cost is that they're just going to be able to get it back into it next turn with this 4-cost that lived. But I do respect the removal. It's probably the right play.
Like if you're Jackson, you're just like, I want to limit the number of attacks you could potentially have, not the number of attacks you currently have, if that makes sense. So like if he just leaves that alone, then that means Key has a really big likelihood of getting an extra attacker, which is just annoying.
Yeah. All right. Kingdom of Germa to search for 3.
Man, those are the top 2 cards of his deck.
Hello. All right. But again, like with the state of the trash, is it really the greatest judge turn?
Yeah, we'd only be able to get rid of or get back like a 1 or 2. I guess we'd be able to get rid of we'd be able to go into some things, but it's just not the full combo.
Yeah. Does he have? I'm trying to remember. I know he's got another Ichiji in there. You can see it right there. Does he have a Niji in there?
He does not.
I don't believe he has anything other than that one Ichiji we saw.
Now you do discard to play the 8-drop judge, so you could put it in there if you have it, but I still don't think it's too terrible to do both.
I mean, sometimes you just might want to get the big body too. So
yeah,
it's going to go ahead and
Draw Destiny here. What is it?
didn't quite see.
I think it was another stage.
I think it was another stage. Yeah.
Ooh,
all
that's
3 right next to each other in the deck.
That's super rough.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, he's got the other Ichiji out there. He was able to do the minus power on. I didn't quite see what maybe one of the Sabos. I didn't quite see.
One
what
of
he
the
pointed
Sabos,
to.
correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
I would imagine. It's one of those crucial turns, right? It's one of those make or break turns, I think, for Key, and he is 1 game down now. He has to win this game to stay alive in the series. Jackson's sitting there thinking to himself, you know, I was in this position just back in January in a best of 3 to win nationals and couldn't quite get over the finish line that time. This time things looking a little bit better.
Yeah, with that 5 cards in hand plus 2 Sabo blockers in play, he feels almost invincible with that 9K leader power.
Totally, yeah. All right, it'd be 10.
Big 10. You could block with your 4K Sabo if you want. You also could, represent Reiju attacking twice, so attacking a second time there. So I don't think you're losing this turn to Jackson, though.
Yep, I totally agree. Yeah, and it does really seem too like it's just not. You have the judge in hand, but it's just so hard to find a turn to play it sometimes.
Yeah, and we have a scary knowledge that Jackson has 2 more Morias in hand. Those are just going to continue to play.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, the pudding.
That's a heads up play right there because we saw him discard 2 Morias earlier. That tells Kyoto that there is definitely a Moria in the hand of Jackson. So you roll the dice, right? You make them redraw the hand. You make them maybe not get that Moria, and that might just make the game, delayed enough for Key to get back into it.
Yeah, this is not the dream pudding of, you have 8 cards in hand, let's go ahead and get 3 out of there. It's I think you have the cards you want in your hand. Let's try to make you not have those cards.
Yeah, you can't underestimate just the hand disruption that pudding offers, too. Even if you're not making them lose cards, you might just mess up their next couple turns.
Yeah, but Key doing a couple shuffles. This will literally determine how the rest of this game goes. So really important, and let's see what Jackson's able to find off the top 6.
Not even looking until he draws his 6th card for turn. I love that. All right, he looks, I think, very stoic about it. I'm not sure.
Oh, we'll find out soon. Find out by seeing what he plays, I guess. What's it going to be? Oh, the 2 and 8. Did he draw back into a Moria?
There's only 2 in rotation. It's not likely, but it can happen.
It is not impossible. That happens again like that. You feel like that's just destiny, right?
Yeah, you'd have to.
I at the very least see a 5-drop Sabo in hand, which could be more than enough to protect him for at least 1 more turn to keep digging through his deck.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, Kyoto not looking too pleased over on his side of the table. It's been a rough game number 2. Game 1 was so close. Game 2 just did not go his way, card draw-wise. Played it out about as well as he could, I thought, but
Jackson's looking pretty troubled, though. There's a good chance he just does not have a way to get up to a 9K leader or even a 7K leader again. And that is, I think, a really heads-up play from Key to realize it's more likely for them to get a random 5 than keep the 5 they have now.
Yeah. I love that. I love that pudding from last turn.
You're exactly right, Nathan. Like, it's not enough just to not give him Moria with the pudding. You also have to make sure you dodge the other 2-drop Baby Bros in the deck because those alone can be enough to actually keep his leader nice and healthy. If there's ever a turn where Luffy's going to be a 5K leader instead of a 7 or a 9K, that's where Key can just really harass him with attacks.
Man, you really see the power, too, of having that Kuzan on the board for so long, just enabling that Rocket Luffy removal of the 7-cost Ichiji. It's something where you really would love to get rid of that Kuzan, but it's so costly to dedicate attacks to it right now. And there's an ace.
Yep, we were able to find the ace and the 5-drop, so being able to not only become a 7K leader, but get another 7K pressure off this is going to be really huge.
Plus, we still have our potential 10K leader attacking or just using one more Dawn to maybe play another Garp to keep digging through our deck for other cards. Could be cool to see.
Another life. So I believe that was another Chopper and maybe a little Niji.
I believe you are correct. But we're going to key now with 10 Dawn right now. We got quite a few options now to play. But and you know, Jackson's got only, what, 4 cards in hand at this point.
I think you definitely start stage for stage here.
Yeah.
Or you could put something. Yeah, I mean, you could put another Vinsmoke in the trash if you've got one. Thinking about it.
It just depends if you're trying to play the judge this turn.
Well, so the other thing is that's true. If you don't trash the stage for the stage, you can always replay the stage and get like 2 of the effects as well.
Yes.
That which, if you're really trying to dig through your deck, that might be the play. That's more costly, but. Yeah, okay, it is going to be trashing the stage to do the stage search. Another Ichiji, found 2 of them there, actually. One goes on the bottom.
We just keep seeing those baby Vinsmokes, not the big ones.
I know, you need more of the 7-cost.
Yep.
It's agonizing.
We really need 4-drop Reiju as well, too, because we're probably going to need to commit a lot of cards from our hand over the next few turns here just to survive, and being able to refuel that will be so huge.
Ooh, the Porsche.
All right. So this does build the board more, right? You do get that 5K, and then you do get whatever you end up playing out, which could be the Ichiji. We'll see what's up. He has to grab a Foxy Pirate out of these 5. He sees a Judge, and he sees a 4-cost Reiju in there. That's going to get bottom decked. So yeah, you're just going to go ahead and play the Ichiji, whiffed on the Porsche, but that's okay. That happens a lot here. It's really about playing that 4K or less out.
And man, Key's Reiju ability loves drawing Ichiji from the top of his deck.
It really does, yeah.
And we're deciding on attacking. This is also a turn where we could go for board a little bit. Like Kuzan's pretty valuable. We can make Ace a 5K attack into that too. With only 1 Sabo, there's just a lot of different potentials right now.
Right. Where do you put this -2K? That's a tough question to answer right now.
I don't think I could answer that confidently. There's a lot of decisions.
Ace seems pretty good to make it a little easier to pressure, but you're totally right. Like, as long as this Sabo is in play as well as 1 life for Jackson, there's really no great attacks. You just got to figure out what your game plan is going to be from this turn onwards.
Right, where you feel like the logic is, okay, maybe I don't need to worry about the Moria for a little bit now after the pudding play. Then you just try to control whatever the biggest thing on the board is.
Yeah, well, I think that actually this is going to be a bait to block with the Sabo, because we do have another Ichi to go into next turn.
Yeah.
Or this turn, and so making that a 4K, pudding can even pressure it for free. We're going to see what Jackson decides to do with the 7 into 5.
You're right. We've seen the Black-Yellow Luffy matchups all weekend long be decided by just how many cards they continuously have in their hand. Because at the end of the day, if you just have 3 9K attacks and all your opponent has is 1 card in hand and 1 blocker, that's not enough to actually stop those 9K attacks.
So I believe that was countered from Jackson, from Jackson's hand.
Yep.
Yeah. So the ace remains for the moment. Still at 5K power for the rest of the turn.
Only, 3 cards in Jackson's hand. We're going to swing 5 into it now. He's going to be like, yep, that's fine.
That'll do it, yep.
I don't think Jackson's falling for the bait of his blocks.
Yeah, I think he recognizes that as long as he doesn't block with Sabo, there's really no way for Key to get out of it or remove it right now, and he'd rather have just a consistent attack.
This game has gotten really fascinating, actually. So it's going to be maybe a 7K swing at lead. You know, we know that the Luffy leader is 7K natively, but Key has definitely found a way, and it really goes back to that pudding play of giving himself, again, like we said earlier, time to get back into this game, and so far, it's happening.
Like, imagine if we could just ended our turn here with a Reiju, the amount of advantage we would have over Jackson at this point in the game. He would be forced to draw Gecko Moria or just be in a terrible position.
All right, he's asking for the blocker 2K, but doesn't get it. We're going to play out the Tony Chopper here for a blocker. But also Key has just, 5 cards in hand, 1 life. This could be their last turn.
Yeah, another Rocket Luffy could spell doom for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely still feels like Jackson has a little bit of the edge right now in the game. Kia's done an admirable job of getting back into it, but he started from so far behind this one that he's really had to kind of play out of his mind to get to this point, right?
100%. Oh, we've got the finger pistol here, so
Ooh, that hurts.
costly. There's a Luffy off the top, and I think we just have to hit good numbers.
Yeah.
Does Jackson just not have any way to actually advance his game plan in
just
hand?
go.
Yeah, there's going to be big 8
This
at
is it.
leader.
He taking some time to think about it. All depends on what's in the hand.
Oh, and that is
More
that.
than enough.
That.
Wait.
Well,
5 with
Five.
guard, Grandpa Punch.
6.
We're going to go...
oh,
No,
No
counter in
counter!
hand.
That
Jackson
is it.
is the
He
North
does it.
American Finals.
Jackson Hong comes back, second place in January,
Wow.
returning again back to the finals, and he does it in 2-0 fashion. He is your national champion. He is once again going to Worlds.
Congratulations.
Jackson saw Keys play from last turn of going all down and attacking twice. He's like, you know what? I think I can do that too.
Yeah, and I mean, what a great series. It was short. It was a 2-0. Kyoto really kind of showed us why that Reiju is so powerful, but in the end, Jackson Hong was coming with a vengeance. It felt like destiny to get back to the finals, and this time he takes it. What a great series. What a great tournament this has been.
100%. And even though it was a 2-0, I don't think that record shows just how close those matches were.
Oh, yeah.
That last one literally could have gone either way with one more counter in hand, and I'm really happy we were able to see that together.
Yeah, despite how, slow of a start that Key had in that second game, he truly just needed a couple more cards in hand. Literally 2 more counters would have been just enough to get one more turn of attacking, and Jackson literally had nothing on the crackback.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say enough about what a great job Kyoto did in that second game of putting himself in the best position to possibly come back and win it. It's difficult, and that's kind of one of the skills you need as a Reiju player is to know how to play out those rough start games, and he did a great job doing it. It wasn't enough this time around, but again, man, it felt like destiny, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those out-of-nowhere victories can just literally haymaker you and be so excited. I was literally in the back of my chair going like, what the heck? I didn't think it was going to be game right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So there you have it, Jackson Hong. The big story here again. It's so cool to see. I mean, I got to cast that finals back in January, facing off against Jonas Abraham on the Enel. The Enel was such a strong deck, piloted so well by Jonas back then. Jackson couldn't quite get it done with Sakazuki. Went to Worlds, got third place there. So another really strong result, but not on the championship podium quite for that yet, at least not in the first place anyway.
Yeah.
And then coming here to Dallas, coming to Bandai Card Fest again, his second national championship of 2024, getting it done, getting the 2-0 win in the grand finals. He is a champion. It's so cool to see.
100%. I know he's been working really, really hard for this, and it's been really great to see all of his accomplishments this far this year. I know he's has a lot of relief knowing that he doesn't have to work again at Orlando. He's probably going to still grind and try to get there anyways.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But Worlds this spring, I know he's looking forward to it.
100%. Can't wait to see him play there. That's going to do it for us here at the desk. That's going to do it for us in the tournament. It's been a pleasure casting with you this weekend. It's
Absolute
glad you
pleasure.
could jump on for today, too, as well. It's been great. Thanks to all you out there for watching. But do not go anywhere. Lots more card game action here from the Bandai Card Game Festival. We have Dragon Ball coming up after this, so don't miss it. See you in just a few. Hey everybody, welcome back to Bandai Card Fest. It's time for one last little bit of One Piece. We have to award the trophies that these players fought so hard for. So in order from third to first, let's bring them out. First of all, let's give it up for our third place player, Chris Sock. Go ahead and grab your trophy, man. Enjoy. Let's hear it one more time for him. All right. And in second place, we have none other than Kyoto. Aspiring to be as a Raiju player. One more time. All right, and then it's time to crown our champion, making it back to the finals of Nationals here at Bandai Card Fest for the second time in a row. This time, he takes first, none other than Jackson Hong. All right, lift that trophy high. Yeah. All right. Microphone for you. We got a couple questions for you too. I want to know, first of all, obviously, like we just said, you made it to the finals of the last Bandai Card Fest back in January, took second place there against Jonas's awesome Enel play. You were on Sakazuki. This time around, you win game one. You get to game two. What was the moment like when you knew you had it?
Honestly, I didn't know I had it, until I had it. But I was expecting to lose the entire time. I just wanted to make it close. But then when he showed me that he had all bricks and I won, I was more happy than probably getting third at Worlds.
All right.
I just have one question. I saw you yesterday pilot the Black Yellow Luffy mirror to absolute perfection, and today against your very own local Chris Sock in top 4. How did you possibly prepare for that difficult of a matchup?
Honestly, a lot of credit goes to him too, because good players make good players even better. And he's one of the best players I know, so I couldn't have it any other way. I'm glad he's going to Japan with me, and I have him to thank for being able to pilot the mirror so well.
Beautiful.
All right, now obviously we got a lot more One Piece between now and the next World Championships, but you're going there again. You took third last time. Do you feel like the prep is going to be any different this time? Do you have any different expectations? What's the mindset now that you know you're going back again?
It's definitely to do better. Third was great, but I want to bring first back to America. And I'll do anything, I'll practice as much as I can, and I'll do as much prep as I can to make sure that happens.
All right, one last thing before we let you go. Any final shout-outs you want to make to anybody out there, practice partners, people who supported you?
Yeah, to all my friends watching, all my friends here supporting me, my playtesting partners, my Discord Grand Line, and of course, I always got to thank my fiance for letting me do all this.
Oh, that's sweet. All right, let's hear it one more time for our top three. All right, that is it then for One Piece, everyone. Congratulations again to our top three, Chris Sock, Kyoto, Jackson Hong. Amazing games that everyone in this tournament put on for us, but especially the ones we saw on stream. The level of play was out of control, but we're not done with Bandai Card Fest just yet. Oh no, that's right. We're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, it's Dragon Ball Masters time. We'll see you then.
Hello and welcome back to Card Fest. I am Uni, and this is my co-host.
I'm Cosmic.
And we are here to commentate the final round of the Battle Spirit Saga Summoner Duel.
Yeah, it's been a long weekend. I know a lot of people celebrate a lot of card games this weekend, but we got one more to wrap it up.
And I am super excited to see how Set 5 plays into the brand new meta. And if we will finally have a new candidate for top of the meta, you know, after we had so much Hydra and Sigmund.
I think we're in for a couple big surprises, right? We're going to have a matchup going all the way back to Pterosaurs, a very staple Set 1 type of archetype that got quite a few new cards in Set 5. I know a lot of people are excited to brew with, but the one that really shocked us going 5-0 into this final round was White-Yellow Luster. Yes, that is finally Luster's getting its time to shine in the finals match here in Dallas, and it's really exciting to see that, you know, Michaela being such a pivotal 7-cost early on in Set 1, and everyone knew, hey, a couple cards, this card's going to be busted, going to do some crazy things with Magic, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing today from James on the right, playing the yellow-white Luster deck, and then Jared on the left with a good old Pterosaur beatdown.
It's interesting that in 5 whole sets, it's gone full circle to some decks that started in Set 1.
Yeah, it is kind of a classic throwback to me playing and trying to be like, all right, Luster's good, guys, I swear, let's play this. It's got to have a few more pieces, but we'll get right into the match here. So really in this one, you know, kind of what we're expecting is from the yellow-white Luster side, it is going to only have the 4 Nexus, the new Nexus, the Steam Power from the white-yellow, giving the double reductions, which is really nice to build up, but a lot more Spirit focus, really making sure you're getting the value out of those Magic cards getting recycled back to your hand. So starting off here at the Topaz is just a good early play cycler, but, you know, what are some of the things that we're going to be expecting out of the red deck from the Pterosaur side?
Well, when you look at these two strategies, it's a classic aggressive beatdown versus a rather combo-centric deck that pops off when it actually reaches critical mass. So really, Jared is on a clock. He needs to put so much pressure on before James essentially starts cheating resources. Like, Luster plays like no other deck in the game once it reaches critical mass. They will do things that just defy the laws of the resource management. So it's a time clock.
Yeah, and especially with red, a lot of the power is going to come from that Nexus removal. We have things like Burning Forest, where yellow traditionally really wants to rely on those Nexus cards early on to establish that board, establish those cost reductions, and make sure that they can lean into those late-game bombs that they want to resolve. And speaking of the clock here, I mean, we have a swing already here from with the Rain Needle on Jared's side, putting James down to 4 life, and now getting that brand new Night card on the field. You want to talk about that one a little bit?
So that is what? Wow, that is the special framed SPR of the Skybinder, the Knight. This is going to be a crucial little piece that gets added on to Luster. The exact text, I'm going to leave to you because like I'm going to trip over myself a little bit.
Right. So there's 2 different parts that are really important from this. When you get to resolve that Magic card, you're going to get the Astral effect. So it can only be blocked by other spirits with that keyword. So spoiler, in this type of deck, we're going to be able to make it unblockable. And then Luster, as you're playing those Magic cards, as long as the spirit stays on the board through combat resolution, you're going to get those Magic cards back to your hand. So you just over time get to grind down your opponent with these additional resources you're making to get the Magic looping and looping and looping until you draw a card of, 20 cards in hand.
Yes, and it immediately catches the Volcanic Break. It's very important to get that card off the board simply because Astral is going to kind of put a pincer effect on Jared right now. He's going to be able to peck through because he can bypass things that do not have Astral while he's actually building up to his Master Stroke with the whole Luster mechanic and Michaela. So you really do want to make sure that's off the board so you don't get pressure to a point where you're just waiting for the blowout to happen and you only have 1 or 2 life left.
Yeah, a big part here, too, is you can sometimes save that Volcanic Break for when they're going into their big Luster combo to break up them getting the spells back. But in this case, we are just going to see a Wave Raider come online, which is a very fun card. You get to mill your opponent 1 and then say, hey, if it's a Spirit or if it's a Magic, I get to either draw a card or ramp a core. And that's why we're getting to see, more early yellow reduction getting online, making sure you can make those Luster plays. And it's just a very good card that we've seen kind of pop up in yellow strategies within this set.
And it's very, very interesting to see how much small niche utility that yellow has. We just saw yellow mill a card. Yellow can bypass blockers. I mean, colors can with Astral, but we're going to see so many card effects go off, and it kind of can make it a little hard to get your footing against yellow when it can come at you from so many different directions.
Yeah, and having a look at Jared's hand here, we do see a Volcanic Canyon, which would be really great to get online, get that additional cycling on. We see a Burning Forest, which, as we talked about Nexus removal being really important early on, especially how this yellow-white luster deck works. They only have the one Nexus that they play, but spoiler, it's so good and so critical for what they want to be doing. You definitely are thinking, hey, I got to save this. If I know the list, I need to make sure I hold on to this Burning Forest and find the right timing for that Nexus removal.
And it's a very, very, very hard turn for Jared, because right now he has the option to break apart the reduction on the field, which he is choosing to do. He could have just added on another body for pressure, but this is a very crucial turn because on the side of James, he is starting to stack up that reduction. He's starting to kind of sit a little comfortably, and it's very easy to let this snowball out of control.
Yeah, red is really great at picking apart your board from multiple angles, be it the Nexus removal, be it the Dustworm Dragons, as we've seen a lot in the format, getting to pop something at 5K for free. There's just so many different things you have to keep in mind when you're going up against red that can say, hey, how do I want to navigate this matchup? What spirits of mine can I really navigate, being a 3K or 4K to kind of dodge some of their removals? But we're going to try to see a couple aggressive lines here from Jared's side. As we mentioned, that they're on a clock and really want to try to pressure James' life total before he can set up for those bigger plays.
It looks like he's about to play a halberd, but he ended up kind of reconsidering that play. I do feel for Jared. This is a very, very, even though it may just seem like a singular spirit resolving, this is a very crucial turn for him going into the next turn as well.
Yeah, I love the Dino Man here. You're getting to move your core around, so you're going to be able to have a bigger body if he chumps and tries to trade here, so that Jared wants to lose a spirit here and try to get through some damage. But what is that beautiful new card coming down for us?
That is the SPR of, oh my gosh, I'm trying to read.
Exhaust Nexus.
That is Exhaust Nexus, the actual collaboration rare Exhaust Nexus. So he's actually just burning, oh, I'm so sorry. He's actually reducing the power of the attacking board, and this is actually very,
yeah, this is going to be a big
good.
sweep because the Dino Man is all going to be lower in BP because it is 3 spirits on board here. So the Exhaust Nexus is going to do a big job at cleaning up the board and kind of reset for James here, so he has more time to establish and set up.
and realistically, this has got to hurt for Jared. Shifting the cores around to be able to expand his board to then be paper clipped by the Exhaust Nexus is a massive, massive loss of momentum.
Yeah, I think there's probably a judge question there on the board of saying, as you're paying for your spells, your reduction on board counts, and then you pay for it, so the Topaz can sacrifice itself for the reduction and make sure we got that Exhaust Nexus online to then clear out the board. And wow, it looks like a brand new game we have here now between an empty board on both sides.
Yes, and we're seeing actually a classic Spirit come back. Spirit's put in a lot of work previously for Yellow since its release.
Yeah, Flagellum has been one that we go all the way back to Utrecht, actually. We saw a lot of this with the Fabled Beast, with going back to Genbu and kind of just being a late game piece that with Exhaust Nexus, you are scary good at clearing boards, it turns out. Again, another key piece for Luster, great at reducing the board, and something that your opponent can't also Floodstream. It's kind of been another big meta staple for us. So being at a 6 cost means you're also dodging some removal. So something on a turn that you just reestablish the board and kind of set things back to 0. Slam the Flagellum, get your big Spirit online, and then try to see what kind of value you can get from the Luster turn over turn.
And it seems like now that he has no offense to mount, he's choosing now to try to establish the Volcanic Cannon and hopes to spring back a little later. But this is a massive setback. Anytime you're running a beatdown aggressive deck, these board wipes are just devastating to your momentum overall.
But if there was 2 cards I would want to have as a red player coming back out of that situation, it's going to be the Volcanic Canyon as well as the Dino Man, which is going to have that 6K body on board for us. So very strong board presence here coming back up. We're going to get that extra filtering. I love sitting a dice on top of my deck as a reminder as well for the Volcanic Canyon, just trying to find things like Star Blast Draw, other card advantage engines that are available in red to kind of bring you back out of this timeline that we're going to see of yellow trying to get established. And oh, that's a Michaela in hand as well. Ooh, things are looking pretty good for James here. We got a slower start. We're feeling very pretty at 3 life here. And that Michaela, and also I love that he had so many SPRs in his deck as well. Talk about being pretty here. So much shiny, so much good stuff to look at. And then Michaela is going to be threatening a lot of value if we can get a couple more yellow reduction symbols on board.
I mean, I'm feeling a little poor here. I saw the SPR and didn't recognize the actual card. If you can't tell, I might be a min rarity player.
Well, that bling is blinding everybody out here, to be fair. So even the Absolute Ice Shield, you can barely see it here in the trash off to the side.
field has aged better than what is on Jared's side right now.
Yeah, we have the double flagellum now being scary because anytime you have the double luster, you can also just make sure that you're getting even 2 recursions per turn. As we know in James' list, there are ways to also restand the spirits and just kind of create this OTK loop, which we're going to probably try to set up and see. I had the chance to watch a couple of James's match during the other Swiss rounds, and when it gets online, it's scary. You have a unblockable beater that can also draw you a card and cannot be blocked by 5 or less. Like, it does. There's so many combos that you can pull off in this yellow-white luster deck. It is just amazing to see when it fully gets online.
Yes, and James is quite literally setting up. Like, his pieces are assembling on board. We see the ace in his hand. It's only going to be a little bit. Like, there's only a little bit of a window for Jared to try to reestablish or at least take apart this board before James goes nuclear.
Yeah, and Horde in general here from Jared's side is actually a really important card too, because as we can see it with a couple cards in his hand and knowing some other cards in James' list, he also wants to be able to bounce some of his targets, but the Horde general is not going to let him do that. So this confront is going to be doing a lot of work in reducing his board and making sure that we can keep kind of James on the back foot while now we have a 6K body to use.
Ooh.
Well, It's not the Dream Bomb we all know and love, but it still gets the job done of being able to bounce a spirit back to your hand. So not wanting to take any more damage from that Dino Man, which again is a cheap threat you can kind of play on the following turn. It's also going to draw you a card from the magic he played. But at the end of the day, we are still looking for a few more key pieces to really line up on the Luster game plan. But again, not a lot of action on both sides of the boards from just getting reductions on the field and going for, ooh, that's a really early Michaela too. So as this enters the field, you get to reveal the top cards of your deck for however many yellow symbols you have in play. And for each magic, they go to your hand. So generally, this is something you really want to play when you have 3 or 4 or 5 pieces on board established to really fill your hand up with magic cards before you get the, okay, or you just see one of them anyways, out of the 2. Fill up your hand with those magic cards, get that luster value, and then really take over the game from that standpoint. Unfortunately, that was one of the Nexus pieces we really wanted to see. Getting the double reduction online is so important for the Luster strategy, as well as giving this the new keyword that we have within this set wants you to have other colored symbols on your board, with white being the one that we're looking for. And James only has 2 cards in his entire deck that gives him the white symbol on board, being the Window Gloom and the Steam Factory. So that's 1 down, 7 left, and we'll see if he can kind of bring the strategy online, because it is a key combo piece to OTK your opponent and get that refresh effect.
Yep, and I do agree with you. That felt like a very early Michaela, but I think after he made the trade with the General and took it off the board, he does understand that it is Jared on the back foot. He doesn't have a presence on board. He's got some low reduction. He's going to play that Michaela out and force Jared to either answer it, or he can just proceed past go and then really put on the gas.
And of course, as we also know, with the wonderful caster vision, as I always like to call it, we can look at James' hand, see he's just had on a grip now of magic spells that he wants to start throwing across the board. So definitely, how many turns do you really wait on the Michaela before you get more pips on board and try to hit more magic? But if you got 3 good magic cards in your hand, you're probably just willing to slam it down and set some stuff up on the following turn.
Yeah, you've gotta feel a certain type of way if you're Mr. Jared right now, because staring down Michaela and Flagellum with a lonesome Dino Man. That's
Yeah, the 6K is very good early on, stopping aggro decks, having a good thing that you can attack with against mid-range strategies. But now when you're staring down 2 angels kind of soaring above you wielding magic, you're scared. You're not feeling too good in that position. But, also not seeing like the Gigano Rex or just other big confront values other than this Horde in general that can really start to pressure James's board. So it's going to become a point where we're able to get big enough, kind of challenge the Horn General back and have some spells that are going to line up very well for us and make sure we're big enough to stay alive. Because Michaela is saying, hey, as long as I have the Soul Core and 3 others on it, we have free magic to use all day long in combat.
and this has got to be like a scary blind swing. Oh, and there we go.
So this is exactly what the play I was going to be talking about with, as long as it's rested, it cannot be bounced. So instead, we're going to bounce the Dino Man for a legal target. So we are still staring down this Horn General, looking to eat away a card on our board.
Yeah, Jared's playing a very interesting game of I hope he doesn't have it every time he swings at this point. And giving up the Flagellum is almost negligible considering what he kept on the board. Oh,
And,
my.
you know, sometimes you just get the perfect top deck you could ask for, right? So Michaela's great in giving you some free magic, but she doesn't have Luster herself, so you have to just top deck, you know, why not your best Luster Spirit that you could ask for in the deck, and also the most beautiful one, as you mentioned earlier, that alternate frame SPR. So the Knight himself is going to come down, and we talked about this combo of getting bigger, making itself unblockable, getting to restand itself, and we do see one of the pieces in his hand, but we still do need that white reduction cost on board to get the restand effect. But hey, sometimes just drawing some extra cards for free is good enough.
And right now, he's just getting a little clarification, probably on Astral, and just looking at his effect real quick.
Yeah, and then the new set with set 5, right? There are, of course, a couple Astral cards that, you know, you're not just completely out of it with this unblockable Spirit, because everyone has access to Astral. Of course, some of them are way better than others, in my opinion, but it's still the new keyword coming in for set 5 that a lot of decks that were in Swiss today, we really got to see. The Warrior Monk out of blue was actually really cool to see. There was a Rainbow Smag deck that was really awesome to see come online and take so many new cards from set 5 that really showed the strength of that card, saying, hey, I'm going to swing, I'm going to probably be unblockable and just slowly mill you 5 every turn, not only racing your life, but also your deck count and before you're getting milled out by your opponent.
All right, we've got another, well, the same Dino Man actually being played out.
Same verse, same second, right? That's back again with the Dino Man.
Yeah, I really need to see something explosive from Jared to try to get rid of this field, because every turn that he gives James to draw is another turn where he just may actually get his entire engine online. And I just don't see a low to the ground kind of aggressive deck getting past Michaela at full strength.
And the scary part, too, at the Knight himself, you know, defensively, Luster does not work. You have to burn the card. It has to only be during combat. But we do have an option now where we can just make our spirits bigger with the Knight and get the Horn General off the board that way if we really want to go for an all-in defensive play. But, yeah, I would be scared. It's 3 good, you know, only 3 cards in James's hand, but 3 good magics that we're going to see kind of play a pivotal role here in the next following turns. We do see a Dream Bomb, it looks like, in Jared's hand. So as I mentioned, there could also be here a key play where Jared's going to wait for James to make a big Luster play and then catch him with the Dream Bomb, which would then make him lose the magic cards, because if the Spirit is gone before the battle resolves, he would lose that magic ability. So here we are going to see, I mentioned, that defensive play and getting a boost here now on the Knight.
Oh, Dream Bomb finally coming down. I think he's hearing us talk because he's removed his hand from the caster vision. We can no longer see his options before he plays them, but this is still pretty good. They're starting to exchange, but I definitely, getting rid of the Knight again. Yeah, I don't know. It's a soft reset, but he's not really hurting to put it back on the field whenever he's comfortable at this point. So,
well, we were just talking about how important a certain Nexus is that we got to see once again off the top of the deck. So, I mean, that is just 2 amazing draws by James back-to-back in this matchup. Now it's going to take us probably a turn to set up and get the full combo online, but now James is setting up for what he really wants to see. Oh, I'm sorry. Michaela is free anyways. Hold up. He has everything he needs, actually. He has the restand. He has Michaela giving him free spells, and we have the Luster to make the full combo go off.
yeah, this is it. This is everything he needed to see. The moment he had the white reduction, it just became as strong as it could possibly be. And there's not a lot of card value. Like, there's valuable cards in the red deck, but a lot of it is just simple, straightforward pressure and confront to help board mitigation when it can. But now that James has the white reduction on deck as well as these 2 spirits, he's about to just crank into full gear, and that's probably just going to overwhelm the board that's here.
Yeah, and he's saying I can actually just do this loop over and over and over thanks to Michaela. And he's also going to be drawing cards while he's doing this. And if I'm James, I see my opponent play the Dream Bomb right as I top deck the missing piece of it, you know, the combo that I'm looking for, I got to be feeling pretty good, because we know that the Dream Bombs are only going to be a lower count in the red decks because they're harder to play. And here's just going through the whole sequence of attack, take the life, combat ends, take the combo piece back to my hand, play it again because Michaela's free, untap my guys, swing again. And this is just a full OTK to go 6-0 at our Summer Duels with James taking the whole thing down.
That is absolutely insane, showing off the power of a clear infinite loop. And there are only so many things that can disrupt that. But at that point, yeah, like, I'm just happy because showing off crucial cards from set 5 to go into a continuous loop, it just shows like the new set has brought some spice to the format. Some much needed spice.
Yeah, and he had the Dream Bomb too, so we know he had the answer, but just played it the turn before, and the yellow-white Luster deck was able to get there in the end.
But I mean, I want to congratulate both of our finalists. It was awesome to see them here. It was awesome to see both two old strategies, but one with a lot of new tricks. Tricks isn't even the right word for it. That was downright outstanding. Like masterful combo play. But I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. What did you think about that one?
Yeah, I think it was just a great showcase of Luster finally getting its time in the spotlight. I think a lot of us are really been waiting for this archetype to have its moment, have its time to shine. And, well, with all those SPRs, it really did have its time to shine with all the bling on the board and also the cool combat tricks as well. So, with that, thank you, everyone, for joining us on the Battle Spirit side. But for our closing announcements, we're going to toss it over to Justin to close us out for Bandai Card Games Fest.
All right. Thank you guys so much. That concludes our time here in Dallas. Thank you guys so much for joining us for the Bandai Card Games Fest 24-25 here in Dallas, Texas. We had an amazing weekend here, and we are excited to see you guys soon. We'll hope to see you all in Orlando in January. Thank you very much. Have a good one. Enjoy.